All right, we are live. Welcome, everyone. This is International Book Day all over the world. It's April 23rd, and I am so excited and honored to be hosting the third Access Consciousness International Book Day event. This year's theme is books that lead to greatness. So I've read pretty much every Access Consciousness book ever published, and I completely agree with this title. They are books that lead to greatness. And it's like we all have greatness within us. We all can be great. And there are so many tools, so many processes, so many different ways of looking at the world that can open up that door to greatness and give us the education on greatness that you basically can't find anywhere else. And Access Consciousness Publishing is the in-house publishing company for Access Consciousness. And if you are brand new to Access Consciousness and you have just stumbled upon this stream or video, Access Consciousness is a very weird, wacky set of tools, and it's designed to change any area of your life. And it's very irreverent, it's very fun, it can be very humorous, but it's also very deep and profound and powerful. And it's basically a set of tools and processes that are designed to change anything. And we all have lots of things in our life that we would like to change, that can become greater, and more is always possible. Access Consciousness was developed around 1986 by Gary Douglas in Santa Barbara, California, and he was quickly joined by co-founder Dr. Dain Heer, both of whom will be speaking on today's events. They've written many great books, and I love their books. They definitely are life changers and game changers. So I'm very excited to speak with them. We have some amazing authors on today. We have many different Access Consciousness facilitators coming on who have written books. And the thing that I love about all the people that we're going to speak to today is they're all super different. Some people have amazing capacities with kids. Some people have amazing capacities with business. Some people have amazing capacities with, working with the body, with all kinds of different things. So I think it's really exciting that we have these treasure troves, these books that can teach us anything and can change anything. And so I am just so excited that you're here today and just looking at what else is possible. One of the things that we teach in Access Consciousness is when you ask a question, it actually opens up the door to possibilities. And when you come to a conclusion, it actually closes the door. So I'm very excited. What questions can we ask today and what can become possible? One of the other things that's very exciting today is Access Consciousness Publishing has put on a sale for our event, and it's only on during the live event. So if you are on live, Access Consciousness Publishing is doing 10% off, and the coupon code is book day. So you go to accesspublishing.com and then pick out your books. And then when you're about to pay at checkout, there's a place to put a coupon code. You write book day in there. So that is also available because these books are amazing. They're available on Audible, Amazon, Access Consciousness Publishing, and Access Consciousness website. And the other thing that a lot of people don't know that I just want to say before we get started is if you buy 10 or more books on Access Consciousness Publishing, you get 50% off. So it's very exciting. So I want to welcome you guys to the day. Thank you so much for being here. And I have my first guest with us, and Maxwell, who's a licensed clinical social worker. She has worked with kids for, we'll have to ask her how many years. She is amazing. And she wrote a book about kids with different ways of seeing the world. So welcome to the stage, and Maxwell. I'm so excited that you're here. Hello, how are you?
Hi, Julia. I'm happy to be here. Thank you. Thank you for the intro.
Oh, awesome. So this is your book, Anne.
Yes,
Would you teach a fish to climb a tree?
Yep.
And this book has been very powerful for me in terms of, it actually taught me, it's not just for kids, it's for big kids too. It taught me how to look at the world and think in a way that actually made my life easier and better. So I'm really grateful for that. So could you talk a little bit about how this book came about?
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to. I think I had discovered Access Consciousness a couple of years before, and then I discovered Gary Douglas the year after I discovered Access. And I'm not shy, and I would ask questions and tell stories about my therapy practice and the kids in the practice. And when I started using the tools in my therapy practice, and he called me up one day and he said, "Will you help us finish this book?" And I said, "Sure." And he told me that, and then I went into instant panic. And he told me that they've been trying to do it for 5 years, and they've been through a variety of people and all this stuff. And so I said, absolutely. And then did exactly zero for a full month. And then I called him one day and I said, "So who's the audience?" And he said, "Anybody who works with these kids, who has these kids, who is one of these kids. That's who you write for." And it's like it opened the door and it just unleashed it. So it gave me a space to write about these are some of my favorite kids. They're little nerky dudes that, go to their own, walk to their own drum beat, and don't really, they look a little different. They sound a little different. They're really brilliant. They're primarily energetic. They say stuff that they shouldn't say. And when they shouldn't say it. And they're like, get over it, and the future aerospace engineers of America, the future inventors, and because they're fearless, they'll take risks and stuff like that, except when they're made wrong for being so different. And so enter me, the therapist, who I've had tons of stories over the years. I've still got stories. I've reopened my practice, and I see kids every week that fall into this category. So it's not a question of changing them. It's a question of letting them know that it's really okay to be who they are. And then to give them tools so that they can navigate this world in a way that's easier on them and easier on everybody else around them. Because if it's easier on everybody else around them, then they spend less time in the principal's office or up in their rooms in a timeout, So
wow, that's great. I mean, and I mean, you have some incredible stories of different changes that you've seen in kids over the years. And, I also like to kind of, for a second, would like to take it and apply it to big kids who maybe don't have these adults, big kids who maybe don't even identify with having a learning disability or being different or being on the spectrum or anything like that, but maybe they are, or maybe they're different, or maybe they see the world different. I mean, I don't identify with, I guess I do now, but like, I didn't see myself as different. My whole life, I thought I was normal, and when I read this book, I went, wait a minute, I think like these kids think. I look at the world like these kids look at the world. And if I started using the things that you taught in the book, and everything got so much easier. Like, I love the part of the book where you talk about how there was a family, and that family couldn't, they had, it's been a while since I've
Which
read
one
that
was
part
it?
of
The
the book.
twins? The
Where
twins?
they had the kids who they had trouble getting them ready for school in the morning,
Yeah.
and they helped them picture getting ready and being ready on time.
Mm-hmm.
And so one of the tools was put the picture in your kids' heads of having a peaceful morning, because this family's mornings were really difficult. The parents felt like they were always late, never on time. The kids wouldn't listen. They wouldn't, put their clothes on. They wouldn't brush their teeth. They wouldn't eat breakfast. And so one of the things that we talk about in the book is, put energetically, these kids talk in pictures. So put the picture of a smooth morning in their head, of putting your clothes on with ease, having your breakfast with ease, getting in the car on time, and just put that picture rather than telling them what to do. Just give it to them energetically with a picture. And it changed the family's life. As soon as they learned to start putting the picture in their kids' heads, it's like the kids were peaceful, calm, and they got everything done. I mean, that's pure magic, and a totally different way of handling the situation than any other therapist or psychologist or anybody who works with families and kids. I've never heard of anything like that until I read this book. And so for me, that really helped. I would get overwhelmed in the morning, and I would be like, okay, I'm going to put a picture in my head of peace and calm. And what am I going to do now? And what am I going to do next? And it totally chilled me out and took away that sense of anxiety. So that's the story that I wanted to tell, and about just, how different we are. So could you talk a little bit about the big kids, and sort of how do you know if you are different, and how this book can teach you something different is possible for you?
So I think that story was actually a Gary story.
Okay.
And I approach it a little bit, I just want to say I approach it a little bit differently, rather than putting pictures in their heads, which is one way of doing it. It's just being the energy. And kids are like radio towers, and they know and reflect quicker than you can comprehend in your head what's actually going on. And it's really like what I love about applying these tools is that it's less that we do what we do. Oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and it's going to create this result. It's all about who we're being when we do what we do. Right. And so when I am, I'm going to apply this tool, and I'm exaggerating. I'm not dissing at all. I'm just exaggerating. I'm going to do this, and, blah, blah, blah. And which is different from getting a sense of like getting space between the molecules, when you wake up in the morning, instead of like, and the other thing is that kids the family comes to anticipate. It's almost like you talk about morning routine, or going to school, or getting to work, and that just brings up this incredible energy of conflict, chaos.
Right. Because that's just what we expect.
Right. And that's what everybody expects. And so the key to changing that is to being how you would like the home to be. And it's like doing the work on yourself. You have to do the work on yourself. And that's the thing about it. There are lots of tools in the book that we give to kids, and that I give to kids. So anyway, like that. So I'm sorry, I can't even remember what your question was.
I don't know if I remember either, but I guess I was just really excited about how this book can be applied to big kids too.
Big kids. That's right. So the first email that I got after the book was published was from a woman who said, Dear Anne, I am a 77-year-old fish, and I read the book from start to finish and cried all the way through. And I just wish it had been available to me and to my parents when I was growing up. And I cried and cried and cried. It never occurred to me. And it's, there have been moments in my world on a daily basis. It's like you show up for your life, you be who you are, you do what you do from that space, and the world presents stuff to you. So I was dancing for a couple of years, like a lot, and had a dance partner who's just a great guy. He could definitely be my son, maybe even my grandson, and he was dating living with this woman at the time. And I gave him a copy of the book because he's definitely one of us. And he was sitting at home, apparently, with a highlighter going through it. I never knew whether he picked it up or not, but this is the story, was highlighting it. And his girlfriend walked by and said, "Where'd you get that?" And he said, "Anne gave it to me." And he said, "What do you mean Anne gave it to you?" And he said, "Anne Maxwell, that's the one that I keep telling you about, the one that, performs and all this stuff." And she goes, "Oh my God, you know Anne Maxwell?" And I met her at a dance competition later. And she said that as a teenager, she had been on multiple meds, and her dad found this book somewhere, and they read it together and took it to the psychiatrist. And the psychiatrist, they started applying a lot of the stuff in the book, and the psychiatrist helped her titrate off the meds, and she's been med free since then. I mean, like, you can't make this stuff up. Anyway, so that's the magic of this stuff, is that it's the invitation to people who don't spend their lives doing what we do as access facilitators, and who find it. And you never know. It's like, I know that Gary has said this before, but you get out there and you never know who you're going to be touching, who's going to be affected by it. And it's those stories that make me so grateful that I do what I do.
Yeah.
You wake up in the morning, it's like, woohoo, here we go.
Oh, totally. So Anne, you had practice working with kids when I met you, and then you took some time off, and now you're doing it again.
I'm doing it again. It is so fun. It is so good to be back in the room with the kids, and they're so cool, and they function. They're such a gift to me and such an invitation to remember. I don't know about that. You were talking about gifts. I have a gift of being able to connect with kids in a way that I thought everybody could, and turns out they can't. And I can do it with animals too. I just wish that I was there with adults, but of meeting them where they are with no judgment at all, and just saying hi, and one of my colleagues said, when I first started, I joined a group practice, and our specialty is kids and families, and kids of all ages, and mine are the little ones. And he said to me one day, "I've never heard anybody greet kids like you do." And I love it, because office doors are open when you don't have kids, and there's a reception area and a waiting room. And I'm like, and I thought, but I see them, I peek around the corner and I see him out in the thing, and I'm like, oh my God, here he is, and they're like, woo. And then they come in the room, and we just like get going, and it's not a frenetic. That sounded sort of frantic. It's not frantic.
No,
It's
it
like that
didn't.
connection of, oh my God, I see you, and I am so happy you're here. And these are kids who go to the principal's office, who get in trouble because they did this, that, or the other thing at home, or they hit their sister, or they kicked their brother, or they did whatever. And to be greeted like that. No, I mean, I can hear about it all later. We can talk about that, but
I mean, and that heals lifetimes.
Yeah, I think so.
That they don't get that anywhere.
No,
That somebody is so grateful for them.
Yeah. No, it's really cool. And then I had this one little guy who has tough stuff going on at home, and he I don't know, we were doing sand tray, we were doing something, and he created these
What's sand
creatures.
tray?
Sand tray is sand in a tray, and you have
Oh, like playing with the sand.
playing with
Okay.
the sand, and you have figures, little figurines that are big enough to be in a sand tray, as opposed to dolls. And he was doing something, and he made up this thing. It was an imaginary thing, and it was, I don't know, the snurf or the snark or the whatever that's going after the white guys. The white one is the good one, and the blue and the red ones are the bad ones, and you die when you do that. And so he takes the blue and the red ones, and he comes after me, and I'm like, no, stop. And so and then he tells me, he says, okay, if you want to live, you have to do this. And so I follow his rules, and he still comes after me. So the reflection I made to him was, no, I followed the rules, and blah, blah, blah happened to me. And he goes, stop. Right. And I thought, all right, I'll dial it down a notch. And so he did it again. And I said, wow, I don't know what to do. I followed the rules. I did everything I was told, and I still got in trouble. And he goes, stop. And I said, I don't know what to say. And he goes, just stop. And I did. And what he was telling me was, you're going too deep. It's too much for me to talk about that right now. Just stop. And so I did. And then it came out later, but it was the energy of sharing with me that when you follow the rules, you still get in trouble.
Wow.
And he just wanted me to know that. He didn't want me to dive in and explore or have a huge reaction, So whatever it was that was going on inside of him was too much for him to tolerate me going after it, And that's how these guys communicate. Like when they it's almost like whatever that is that's going on inside that makes them feel however they feel, like not good enough or something's wrong with them or whatever, which is how they're made to feel if from sort of the world at large, that it's a part of them that they protect. And anyway, I don't know why I got off on that.
Totally. And rightfully so. Like, you have to. We develop coping mechanisms, protection mechanisms.
Right.
But what this book is designed to do is give you almost like a decoding system of
Yes.
how to be present. You're decoding. Like the story you just told, you actually understood
I totally
the
got it.
cryptic language that
Yep.
he was trying to express himself to you with.
Yep.
And that is what we need. We all want to be seen and heard and understood and
not made to go farther than we're willing to go. And so I apologized to him. I said, I'm really sorry. I pushed you really hard, and I'm really sorry. I won't do that. And he's like, oof, done. Yeah.
Wow. Cool
But
stuff.
the cool thing about this book is that it gives you a way to view these kids and to be with them in a way that doesn't make them feel wrong or bad. And if you blow it or if you step over, I think that a lot of times people get really enthusiastic. Well, I'm going to change this. I'm going to make him do this, that, and the other thing because I'm going to tell him how to do it, and then he'll do it. It's like, no, we're not like that. We don't function like that. And it gives tools to be able to let them be who they are, welcome them as who they are, and invite them to that, at whatever pace they have. Some of them are quick and some of them aren't. Some of them are quick sometimes and some of them aren't so quick sometimes. You know what I mean? It's like, so
totally. And just always being willing to change, like as the person reaching into these kids' lives, being able to change your point of view, your perspective, your approach, right on a dime.
Like read the signs, right?
Totally.
Absolutely.
Yeah. When I was, and you know this about me, Anne, but when I was 23, I became a stepmom to a 7-year-old little girl. And now she's 15 and a half and has her driver's license, which
oh
is
my God.
I know.
And you feel probably like you're 23 until you go in the mirror and you go, maybe not.
Yeah, it's like, hey, wait a minute.
I know. What happened?
So, And her mom passed away when she was 2 years old, and her and I are so similar, but we're also so different. And I love it because she actually shows me a whole different way of seeing the world and being in the world. And especially in those 12, 13, 14 years old, it could be really tough, step parenting her. And these tools helped me. The tools in Would You Teach a Fish to Climb a Tree helped me approach the situation differently
Yeah.
and not push her too hard, because
Mhm.
I would go, well, why are you bothered by that? You don't need to. I wouldn't be bothered by that. Why are you? What? That's not
Right,
actually allowance. That's not actually
right.
awareness. That's
Yeah.
not what she requires. And so it's like it looking at the world from her perspective and honoring her perspective is something that I really had to learn how to do.
Yeah.
And the book really helped me with that. A lot of these tools.
The book is really, and I think so many of the Access books are really an invitation to the
Mhm.
reader to have a different perspective, like a different take, you know? And without dictating or mandating what that take needs to be. Oh, you're gonna move from this belief to this belief. No. It's an invitation to get, for you, the reader, to be more connected to who you really are, right? And to view these kids from that point of view, which is really different from I'm the rule maker and I'm the boss and I'm the this and I'm the that. No, those are just roles you take on,
Exactly.
right? And they allow you, they invite people to be with each other in a different way. So
Yeah, they really do. Wow. Um, so I just want to read a quote from the beginning of the book here. Um, Everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. And that's by Albert Einstein.
yeah, yeah.
And can you talk a little bit about that, Anne? Like,
Yeah,
how so
when I first picked up the manuscript, there was, I think that, I don't know whether the quote was actually there or not, but it really, I remember when I first fell for Gary Douglas, is it was in the first level 3 class that I ever took from him,
I get that.
and he said, I must have asked him a question about these kids, and he said, "What if there's nothing wrong with them? What if they're just different?" And I remember sitting in my chair and crying and crying and crying, because
Wow.
nobody had ever, um it was such a kind way of viewing them without making them wrong, and it's something that I had known forever, and I got trained in all the behavior and cognitive kinds of therapies, and people were starting to branch out a little bit from that. Like, this was 15 years ago,
Yeah.
and,
Still.
um, but so I don't, I can't tell you actually how we came to use that quote. I think the beginnings of it were already in one of the manuscripts that I inherited, um, and we just went for it. The thing that I love about, there are all kinds of people who now use that quote in their work with, in their work with kids with ADD, ADHD, OCD, and autism, but they always have pictures of a tree with a fish. And, this is, I love this cover because this is one of those dudes, and he's being who he is, polite. And are you done yet? Can we move on? You know
Totally.
how they are, which is the essence of the invitation, that
Yeah.
he's being who he is, and it's really okay. And
Yeah.
this is how to help foster that, invite them, invite you, like all that kind of stuff. So
Wow. Well, thank you so much for being on today, Anne.
Thank
I
you
mean,
for having me. Oh, and I just found out it's been translated into Czech. So
oh,
yeah, it's available in English plus 6 other languages too, which is really cool.
great.
Yeah.
So check it out. See if for those of you who have translation, we have it in 7 languages now. So
Mhm.
how does it get better than that? All right. Well, thank you so much, Anne.
Thank you all.
And
Have fun today. I
thank
envy
you.
you. Yeah, these are some of my favorite people that are coming up,
I know. I'm very lucky today. I get
Life
to talk to all
changers.
you cool people.
Awesome. Thanks, hon.
Awesome. Bye,
Thanks,
Anne.
Julia. Bye.
Bye. All right. Wow, that was really fun. So that was Anne Maxwell, and this book, Would You Teach a Fish to Climb a Tree, is just, you can see I have it earmarked in many places, and it's just such a game changer in terms of understanding how you function and think, and how the kids in your life, whether they're different, whether you've identified them as different or not, there are tools in there for everybody to just start functioning way different and having an easier reality where the kids and us can be more of the greatness that we be. So I want to mention again that if you go to acpublishing.com, we're having a sale today. So if you want to order the book, it's 10% off. And if you guys can see on the screen, the coupon code is book day. So you can grab the books there today. All right. So our next guest is Katarina Wallentin, and she is the backbone behind a very big part of Access Consciousness. She has been working with Access for 12, 14, 15 years, something like that, and is very instrumental in the writing, creation, publishing of Access Consciousness books. So welcome to Books That Lead to Greatness, Katarina. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's like 15 years now I've been
Is it
using
15?
this process.
Okay,
Yeah,
so yeah.
it's a long time. Yeah, you are
Yes.
correct.
So today, Katarina is going to be talking to us about the magic of translation of the Access Consciousness books. We have Access Consciousness in sometimes up to 24 languages,
Mm.
which is very international. And we have amazing translators all over the world that do written translation, verbal translation, live replays, emails, I mean, books, endless amounts of translation. And it is a great gift. And so Katarina is coming on to talk about just the process and the magic of translating these books.
Well, we'll see. So I just want to start by saying I am not a translator. I actually get
no.
well, but it's really important to know, like, translation is an art, and translating books is a very specific talent and capacity that some people have and that I definitely don't have. Maybe I'm so fascinated by it too. And I wanted to start by just talking a little bit about how I became so touched by the power of translation. And it actually goes kind of backwards, because I was part of writing the Being You Changing the World book. And when Dain asked me to help him write that book, I think he texted me. I was sitting on a train or something, and I was like, but I'm not a native speaker. My first language is Swedish. How could I ever write a book in English? And it really took like this leap of faith to say, he said, well, you have this quality in your writing, because I really love writing, even though I don't translate a lot, but you have this quality of writing that is like fairy-like, that I would like to have in this book. And I'm like, okay, I'll do it. So we wrote this book in English. And I think in one way, me writing in English, not having it as my first language, actually gave me a freedom to play with things that a native speaker wouldn't have, like less structure, basically, than in English. So I wasn't so keen on saying things specific, like as they should be said, I could kind of play around and dance with the ways things were expressed. So anyhow, this is going to lead into the translation part. So this book came out in English 2011, and a few years later, right there it is in English.
Very exciting.
And then, since you did that,
oh yes,
or something. So then, a few years later, the book came out in Swedish. And I did not translate the book, and we had a professional translator that translated the books. However, before it came out, I was asked to read it to make sure it, it followed, since I had written it with Dain, I was like, make sure it follows the original and that the energy was there and everything. And so I sat down and I started to read this book, and I just cried. And I cried nearly all through the book, like not bawling, but pretty much all through the book. It touched me in such a different way than the English. So even though I'd written the English book, even though I know exactly what it said in there, when I heard it in the language that I had grown up in the language that was my, childhood, family, school, it entered into my being in a whole different way. And I was amazed by what happened when I actually was able to receive it in my native tongue. So I was like, it really opened up. It was like the book was totally new. It's like I was reading a different book. And then I'm lucky enough to speak German. So I actually also read this book in we have this book in 20 languages. So but here's the German version of Being You, Changing the World. And so I read it in that too. I didn't have the same reaction. German is not my native tongue. So I had a different, but it was a different book again. It was a different energy. And every word has an energy. Every language has an energy. If I started to speak English now, I would become a different energy than I am. If I start to speak Swedish now, I would become a different energy than when I'm speaking English. So it makes sense. And I realized that every time we translate a book, it's like we're opening up a new universe in that language, because we're taking that book that's in the English speaking energetic world, and we're bringing it into the Japanese world. And in that translation process, it's like it's newborn, because it gets to play with, the all the cultures, all the languages, all the energies of that country, all the energies of that language, and what that language has been for hundreds and thousands of years. Suddenly the book meets that, and it becomes something new. It becomes something totally original in my point of view when it comes out in a different language. I get very excited talking about it.
I'm excited too. Katarina, I've been around these books for ever, and I didn't realize that this was going on because I only speak English. This is so exciting.
And then I was trying to see if I could have another example, because you actually I guess you need to be at least bilingual to have that particular experience. But I wanted to also look at, so the other side of that was, we also wrote a series of children's books that I think Dain is going to come on and talk about them later.
Yes.
And one of the first children's book we translated to Swedish, I forgot to bring it, but was the Baby Unicorn Manifesto. And an amazing translator, Annelie, who also works with Access, she translated this book into Swedish, and then she gave it to me and said, hey, you should probably check this since this is your book. and I read it, and I'm like, I had a lot of points of views about the Swedish. And I noticed how more structured we are in our own languages. Well, we have this sense of another language. We kind of we can let it go. It can flow a little bit more. But when it was Swedish, I was like, oh, well, is this exactly like this? So I had to really look at how much more controlled I was in my own language when it came to that. And then I had been when I wrote it in English. So even kind of like the journey of exploring a different language, of expressing oneself in a different language, I realized how much more freedom there is when you become bilingual or trilingual, or we have people in Access that works for us that are like fivelingual.
Yeah.
That you actually can move between these different energies, and that you can sometimes have more freedom in a language that isn't yours. And that's also one of the, if you are bilingual and you listen to this, I would really suggest reading our books, like any kind of book, Anne's that was just on, in your language and in English. Read it in both, because you'll receive a different thing from the English book. You'll receive a different energy, a different tone, a different frequency from the English book. So if you could read them both, it's like you get a double, receiving.
That is so neat. Wow, I've been studying Spanish for a long time, but I've never been immersed, but I can pretty much read and write in Spanish. So now I'm like, I want to get the Spanish book and start looking at this, and even teaching myself to read more of Spanish and learn from the books, because I want this experience. It sounds like it's just so powerful.
Well, and I think it's interesting too, because one of the things that I've noticed when we release books in other languages is it's treated often by the country, the people, receiving the book as a gift. It's like the fact that we've taken the time, the energy, to translate this whole book, like it's an entity on its own. It has its own life. It has kind of like its own temperament, nearly a book. And then we've taken that, we've translated, we bring it to their country, and it's somehow, it's like they're receiving a gift. They're honored that it's been translated. And in that way, it's like they're receiving the author, I think, in their own voice in a different way than when you listen to a translation through a translator's voice. Like, if you listen to translators, a translator's voice that talks to you. And in a book, it's actually the author's voice that they can still hear. So if they read Being You, for example, in Spanish, they can hear Dain in Spanish, in whatever way they do. We all perceive and read and have images in our heads in all different kinds of ways, like Anne was talking about. Like, so it may be different for different people, but whatever they're receiving is this kind of like a Spanish Dain that has come to them in the form of a tiny little book.
That's so cool. Honestly.
Then we have like a tiny Gary and a tiny Simone.
Think about it. Like, I'm just thinking about all the different languages now. I'm thinking about how different the energy of someone speaking Portuguese is than somebody speaking Japanese. And how that must relate, and the energy that must create, a little Japanese Dain and a little Portuguese Gary, and what that actually is you just get all of these different nuances, and the whole thing is the same but completely different.
And now I was trying to find, so then you have like the physical aspect of some languages. So this is Hebrew. I think it's Hebrew. I'm pretty sure it's Hebrew. But anyway, they read from the other way. Like they open, so the book opens here, right? Instead of opening on the other. So it's the same for Japanese, has a similar thing where the book, like you actually read the other way around. So if you look at that and suddenly you're receiving something that actually is organized according to how other things that you've received in life has been organized, then you also receive it and possibly allow it to seep through in a different way because it's coming towards you in that different way. So there's so many, and even though we try to keep the books the same, they always they look different, even though
and one is so much thicker than the other.
Yeah, the German one is it's very, it looks very German and organized and beautiful. The Swedish one only came in hardcover. Like all the countries have their own. Every single country have their own way of printing, even though they're getting the same kind of files from the beginning that we're working with, every single time it turns out different. It has, the culture is like seeping into the pages of the book and the cover and the colors and the way they print. And if it's glossy, like all of that. And that's also when it's published by the same publishing company. And sometimes in these cases, we published it by different publishing companies, and then it's even more apparent. But for me, that's like this, again, it's how the world, it's how we are that different. And it's just the beauty of it all is that they're so different, and that every single time a book comes out in a new language, there's a new universe.
Ah, so great. I'm so glad that you brought up the idea to talk about this today, because it's like, where else would we get to have this conversation? This is just so, it's just such a gift. And can you talk a little bit about how Access has come to be so international? You know, when Gary and Dain started Access Consciousness, they were, you know, both born and raised in America, but that has not been the energy of Access. It is so international, and it is translated into so many languages. Can you just talk about how that came to be?
Yeah, it is actually really beautiful. So they both were living in California at the time. And I think in the beginning of Access, most of the classes were in the US, in Australia, and of some reason in Italy. So there was a woman, she's still alive? She's still, she still works with us, Cass Thomas, who lived in Italy. She's American, and she lived in Italy. And they started to go more and more to Italy, and she pulled more and more Italians in. And Italians are not that great in English, not all of them. So he wanted to start translating. In the very beginning of the classes, if somebody didn't understand English, there would be people kind of standing beside them whispering the translation in their ears. That would be the kind of translation we had in the beginning. So it got a little like noisy. And then we started to do a translation where she would sit in between Gary and Dain, and she would basically, they would say something, she would translate it, then the other one would say something. So like, I can't remember the word, like the translation, consecutive translation. Yeah. So, and we did for a long time, and slowly more and more languages came in, more and more people came in from different countries. And the way Gary and Dain runs the company, there's such an organic growth. There's so much growth from the Access bars, that is the very first class in Access Consciousness, which is a class that we have, I think, nearly 10,000 bars facilitators all over the world. So they grow Access in countries that Gary and Dain or Simone, Grace, Anthony, Kalpana may never have been to. Like it grows, and it has that organic growth. So more and more languages came and desired translation. So we started to do translation more and more in classes. In the beginning, the translators would like walk around in the classes and kind of talking to their little devices, and those devices would be connected to little headphones that people were wearing, and it got noisier and noisier because we had more and more translators. And the translators really enjoyed walking around, like feeling the energy in the room, kind of perceiving each other, I think, too. Like it was kind of like Babel's Tower in the classes. There was so much like, but in all, you could hear like Turkish here and Japanese there. And then if you walked over there, there was Spanish. So after a while, this is the live part, we actually started to use translation booths that most of you, if you haven't been to a class, you'll have seen them in like big international meetings or international organizations like the UN. They will have translation booths that are in the back of the room where the translators sit, and then they send out to all these people that are wearing little headphones all over the room. And that's what we still do. And we sometimes have, I think, like 20 translation booths in some classes. There's a lot of languages live. And with that, the written translation also grows. You need manuals in all those languages, and people are starting to ask for books. They're starting to ask for the books that gets written in English to be translated. So in the beginning, we translated a few of them, of course, to Italian first, and then other languages started to come in. And we have a really big crew of translators that we work with, and a system that had over the years become amazing for translating books, proofreading books, having editors involved in the books. It's a big process to translate a book. It isn't just taking the book and then paper and translate it. It's a really involved, energetic, and also a lot of work in that process that goes into the process. So you translate, then you edit the book, then you proofread the book, then you check the edit, and then you all these different steps. And I would say in the beginning, some of the books that were done in the beginning maybe didn't have that quality check, or maybe we didn't ask that many questions. And over time you learn to start asking, okay, so if I can't really find the translation of this particular topic or word or expression, then you back up and you start even like asking several people. And a lot of times we end up asking Gary or Dain, like, what do you get? Which of these words actually is congruent enough to work to translate? Sometimes, because of the way languages work, they're based on the culture, right? The words come from the cultures. Sometimes they don't even have words for what we have words for. It may not exist in some languages. So then you have to look at, okay, do we translate it at all? Do we keep the English word, or do we find something that's similar? And all of that are choices that, again, creates that new creation, of the new book coming out in the world.
It is so amazing, like, to see, like, one of the things I've been coming up against is, how do you say trophy wife in different languages? Because that's a very specific, very American-based term and concept. And we're like, I don't know, what are some of the other examples you would have, Katarina, of like these very specific things that are very difficult to translate sometimes, or take a lot of thought?
Well, I think trophy wife is a great example, actually, because I was just trying to think of the Swedish word for trophy wife, and I don't even know if there is one. And it depends on, I'm sure there is something similar, right? But I couldn't think of it on the top of my head. And it's interesting in the way that that's one of your main if you're writing a book about it, that's like one of your main concepts. So then you have to really find it. I know that we talk about something called sexualness in Access, which is really hard to translate. It has nothing to do with sexuality. It has nothing to do with any of the things that comes up as associations to that word. And it's a word that Gary created. So it doesn't really exist. So then you have to look at, do we try to create a word like that in the language, or do we keep the word as it is? So it's so important not to get the word slightly off, not to get the word, to keep that energy, since every word is an energy, to actually find the word that is closest, or the sentence or the paragraph that's closest to the energy of what the book is actually conveying in that moment.
Wow. So can I ask you, so let's say you are doing a book into Japanese and you need to translate sexualness. So if you chose to keep sexualness as is, then would you provide like a written explanation, a more long-winded written explanation in the book about what sexualness is in Japanese, but then keep using that word over and over? How does that play out?
I think it differs between every book. So in many of these books, the word, if we use that word, like in the Being You book, when that comes up, the explanation is right there. You're talking about it, you talk about it, and then you go, and this is what it is. So then it wouldn't be a problem. And I think that for many, many times, you can also put like two words together to get kind of the sense of what this word would be. So you would look at it every time. It is very much being in the question continuously. Like translation in general, it's a very, you think that languages have a lot of structures, of course. Like this is, the verb has to come here and here's the adjective and you need the preposition and then you need to put them together in a certain structure to create the language. And at the same time, when you translate energy, you have to be in the question all the time. And our live translators, basically the only way because they translate simultaneously, there's no way for them to fall back into the structure of how they should translate this word. They have to follow the energy. They basically have to kind of shut off their mind and just follow the energy so that they can translate simultaneously as the class happens, which is, for me, magic in motion.
Oh, totally. I mean, I've heard people say, I tried to figure out what it was like to be somebody who's translating these live access consciousness classes. So I don't know, maybe it was even you who said this. So I kept I would say the whole class in my head, just repeating in my own, in English, even though they were saying it in English. Right. Over again. And that was really difficult. So how does somebody change it into a different language? It is so amazing.
Well, and it probably wasn't me.
Okay, I don't know why I thought I heard you say that.
No, but that it's a really good practice. So I'm going to try that too. What happens to many people, and including me, is that if you're bilingual or trilingual, your brain switches over to the language you hear. So when you speak English to me, my brain goes, oh, it's English. Now we're English. And then it speaks that. So for me, it's very tricky. I don't have the capacity of be with two languages at the same time. But the magic of translators is that they actually have that. They can be, I can swap between and back really quickly, but they have the capacity of being two languages at the same time. And I think that a lot of the really good written translators have that too. So they can kind of like dance in between the languages continuously. And I find it's this unacknowledged miracle that we have languages and that we can translate them so that all these different energies and ideas can meet each other and can actually be brought, over the ocean into a whole different world. And there becomes something that it would never be if it didn't land there, if it didn't get to meet that culture or those words or those people.
Yeah. And one of the things about access consciousness is it has spread from just being in California to in 182 different countries approximately. And I mean, that's more countries than most common things are in. Like somebody was saying Barbie is not Barbie is in like 70 countries. You know what I mean? We only have 192 countries. But how is access and the gift of consciousness in 182 countries? And it's like, it's the conversation that we just had. It's the gift of translation, the gift of consciousness and energy, and people who are looking for a different possibility and reaching for it. And how did this even happen? But it's just, like you say, it's the magic. It's just the magic of it all.
And it's also the empowerment of people. So it is one of the really amazing parts about Access as a company is that, the tagline is empowering people to know that they know. And this empowering people is also what allows Access to grow in that organic way, where we reach people in countries that we may not even have advanced facilitators in. So you're so correct. And can I just say, I'm very glad we beat Barbie. I think it bodes well for the future of the world that access consciousness is in more countries than Barbie. I think that's amazing and good.
I agree 100%. Oh, it's so funny. Oh, thank you so much for coming on, Katarina. This has been just a delight. I'm so grateful that we had the chance to bring this information to everyone,
Thank you. Thank you. That was wonderful.
Yeah.
Bye, everyone.
All right. Bye, Katarina. All right. Oh, that was so interesting. It's like it's got my brain buzzing in different ways and just thinking about all the possibilities and for those of you who are listening to this event with translation, I don't go through that because I've never, I've just studied Spanish in college and French in high school and a little bit here and there, and it's like you guys are getting this, having this multilingual experience. And I just think that is the most beautiful thing. I am so excited about that. So please check out what languages these books are translated into. And we choose to translate the books based on demand. As Katarina said, there's so much that goes into translating a book into a different language and bringing it to new countries and new worlds and new lands. But we are so grateful for the demand. So if you're interested in things, being in your language, let us know, and as that demand builds, it will be created. So I'm so excited about that. And so you guys can find the different languages that all of the books are in by going to accessconsciousnessacpublishing.com or accessconsciousness.com/shop. So there's 2 places and you'll find them all there. And of course, we have our 10% off for during the day, which is book day. So very exciting. All right, so let's continue with our wonderful International Book Day celebrations. I am so excited about our next guest. Susanna Mittermaier is the founder of Pragmatic Psychology. She came to Access Consciousness maybe, 15 years ago or something, a long time ago. And she is a licensed psychologist from Austria. And she basically has started a whole wave of looking at the world in a different way through pragmatic psychology, which is such a different lens and such a different possibility. So I am so excited to have her on. Welcome to International Book Day, Susanna. Thanks for being here.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Good to be here. It's funny when you're online, you're like, oh, I can see my hair now. That's cool. Okay, awesome.
Exactly. It's like, this is called Skype or Zoom mirror. This is my mirror. Oh, that's awesome. So, okay. So today I would love, you've written multiple books. You've written 4 or 5 books?
4.
Oh my gosh, that's so amazing. So today I actually, I'm excited to talk to you about 2 of your books, Pragmatic Psychology, and it's here in my here is the Advanced Pragmatic Psychology, and we have the original Pragmatic Psychology.
In 2 different, they're 2 different dresses that the book has. You have the old cover, and this is the
Show
new
them
cover.
the new cover, because my book is the old cover. Beautiful.
There you go.
I love it. So somebody says we look like sisters. Thank you. Thank you very much. So Susanna, your books are amazing. I love these books. They're so filled with amazing tools. And one of the things that's really different about you is you're a happy person in a world of serious people. So can you talk a little bit about how you created Pragmatic Psychology, how you created your first book, and how you came to be a happy person?
Thank you so much. For me, being happy is about letting go of the need to be perfect, which is such a wonderful thing. When you can just show up in the world and go, hi, world, here I am. I'm not perfect, but I'm me, and I'm happy to be me. And it's something that I came into this world like this, but I had times when I, didn't allow myself to be that much. And I was at a point where I'm like, I have to claim this again. If I want to create my life, I have to own the space that I be what I be, and go for it, like really commit to what I be. And I was, when I was done with high school, I had no idea what I wanted to do, as most of us creative people. And I tried different things, different studies. And there was one point when I was really, really asking myself, okay, so I've tried all these things. My family has been really patient with me. So now I'm really clear on what other people want from me. I know what people desire from me. I'm really good at reading that, always been. But one thing I had to train was the clarity on what is true for me. So I remember after trying all these different, studies, becoming a teacher, studying philosophy, linguistics, all these things, different languages, I'm like, okay, I've tried so many things now. What is it that makes me go, wow, yes, that's what makes me happy. So I wrote down some of those aspects. And some of them were, I would like to inspire people to know that happiness is something they can go for no matter what past they had. And to knowing it's not wrong to suffer and it's not right to suffer. It's a choice all of us have to go for a life that works for us, and our past does not determine that. So this was one of the aspects, and I'm like, what is the profession for that? No clue. So the only reference point I had was looking through the university study book, and the education that jumped up that was like the most matching, but not really, was to become a psychologist. I had no clue what that meant. I signed up. I somehow got in. It was they only took 30 students per year. So I'm like, okay. So I somehow managed it. And then I was surprised that the study that I thought it wasn't at all. So it was so different than it was a lot about problems, and it was a lot about categorizing. And I studied in Sweden, so it's I moved from Austria to Sweden. I learned Swedish. I got into university. I studied became a psychologist. It was a 5-year education, and I just knew I had to finish it. I didn't know why. I just knew, do this. And during my education, I was working in child oncology, which was really tough. And my supervisor, she got sick, so I had to handle the whole staff and children and parents. And that was the first time when I realized the studies that I had learned, I cannot, like, nothing prepares you for this, nothing. So this was the first time when I really learned I have to use me, what I know, what I be. This is my toolbox. So this was the first time when I realized, like, creating change, like, nothing prepares you for that, and definitely not any theoretic something or anything. It's you, So this was something that really made an impression on me. And then I got a job at a psychiatric office. And my job was to do everything from neuropsychological testings to psychotherapy, taking care of the staff and the patients, and to categorize, like with the test, categorize their diagnosis, and then doing some kind of like therapy or whatever was required. Okay, so I did this for a while, and I got really bored because it was all about what's the wrongness and then fix it. So for me, it was, okay, this has to change. Either I find a totally different way of working, or I got to find a new job, because this is not making me happy. I found myself not being happy. I found myself knowing that if I pursue down that road, I'm going to be depressed, and being a depressed psychologist is not going to work. Let's face it. So, and so I had this thing where I told the universe, hey, something. So out of the blue, I found like access consciousness, and had really, it was, I think, about 15 years ago, had amazing conversation with Gary Douglas, the founder of Access Consciousness. And he encouraged me to know what I know and create something different according to what I know is possible. So I started to investigate, I started to explore, ask a lot of questions, use the tools that I learned on me, and then extrapolate it, and how can I use them on my patients? And I did. And what changed was incredible. The things that were not supposed to be changed. And my patients were like
Wow.
over the top different. My colleagues sent me their patients, and they said, don't tell us what you do because that's too weird and different, but whatever you do it. And it was a remarkable. Plus, I had a life again. I was happy. At the end of the day, I wasn't drained out of energy and tired. I actually was happy. So this is where I started to create this new paradigm of pragmatic psychology, and pragmatic means doing what works. And then I started to write down like some notes of aha moments of, this, and you can do this with this kind of patient, and la 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 la, and things that changed for me. And I made all these notes, and I was really excited. And then Gary asked, are you writing a book? And I'm like, am I writing a book? And so I literally asked the notes, would you like to become a book? Because I learned everything speaks to you if you listen. And so I'm like, I listened to those pages and they said, yes. And I'm like, okay, I have no clue how to create a book. I've never been good at writing in school. So they said, and so here I was, sending in those papers, those things that I wrote, and there was a book. And I remember the day it was published, because back in the day when the first book, the one that has 2 dresses, was published, man, the world was a different place years ago. We've changed so much. And I realized that if I release this book out into the world, because it is a very different approach to psychology and creating change. It's
Oh my gosh.
very like super different approach than normal, psychology. I knew that, oh gosh, I did this. I'm like, okay, please, I don't want to read any feedback. I don't want to see anything online. I just want to get this out, because I could sense the possible vilification and judgment, because it's so different. But I knew that I had to do this, and my knowing of what it creates was more important to me than the judgments that I would get. And I was ready for judgments, I can tell you. And then, when I started to be ready to actually get people's feedbacks, I was really surprised, how it changes people's lives, and after over 10 years still does. So I'm really thrilled about creating, that kind of change in the world. And I really encourage everyone to, unleash your difference. Trying to be normal for other people, like how much energy does that take? How expensive is that for you? Physically, energetically, also economically, how much does it stifle your creativity? And so it really pays off to unleash your so-called weirdness and craziness, and ask, how can I use that to thrive, to create, to inspire? And it's not about people receiving you, because that's where people go, oh my God, I don't know if people receive me. It's not about you being received. It's about you being, and having the joy for you to be, It's like in this culture that we live in, it's so much about like we have to share, and then we have to get likes, and we have to get thumbs up.
Right.
What if we change that culture for us, where it's not about sharing and waiting for praise, but having that joy for us, and going, oh my God, I love what I do, and I'm having fun, and it doesn't matter if other people find it amazing too, because if you shine, if you go for and commit to what you have fun doing, the world shines. You make everything lighten up. Every molecule around you changes and lightens up. And that's creating the change, And people might follow or not, doesn't matter. but you are creating the change. So many people right now are looking for followers, which is, what do you have to do with yourself to make sure you have people liking you and following you? How much do you have to turn off, And people think, oh my God, maybe I missed something if I don't do this hype and this hype. And yeah, like this person, like I had a client today, she had a session with me, and she's a really cool business lady. And she's like, oh my God, I don't want to do TikTok. It bores me, but they say I have to because it gives me success. Well, if it's not fun for you, it's not going to work in the long run. So what if you trust that you going and you being congruent with what's fun for you and how you would like to express yourself is the success you create beyond any need to have an image. And that's like such a different way of functioning in the world. And I highly recommend it. And that's part of what pragmatic psychology invites you to.
It is. I really loved what you said about not being yourself is expensive. It costs a lot to not be yourself. And we think that it's hard to be ourselves in the face of other people's judgments. At first, it seems like it is. But if you can really use the tools of pragmatic psychology and start to become them and bring them into your life and weave them into who you are, it's actually it turns, it flips, and you're like, wow, it was really, really hard, and it took a lot of effort not to be myself.
That and what that reminds me when you say that is, and then people create so many stories around them, like whatever they grew up with, whatever other people said about them. And then they create this is me, whatever other people say about me, this is now me. This is my personality. This is my story. And then there's so many constructs and structures that right now is such a perfect time to destructure and unstructure all of these things that we have learned that, people told us who we are, and go, okay, let me look at this. Let me actually question all of these things that people said about me. And maybe you got diagnosis, or maybe you got labels, let me question that. Let me have the kindness towards me to find out, who is this person that I call whatever your name is? Who is this me, and who would I like to be? How would I like to create myself? Because we do have the choice to create ourselves so different, so new in every moment, despite of whatever happened 10 seconds ago or 10 years ago. And what I love with this pragmatic psychology approach is, there's so much complicated stuff in this world that people like, psychological, logical stuff, I always say, when they're like, this is because of this, and because this occurred, and then that, and then this, and then like, they like create these concepts and these stories, but all it does is contract you more into the rather than, wait a second, like, get clarity on what is. When you see things for what they really are, without a point of view, without a judgment, without a conclusion, your world opens up. It's like people who say, oh my God, I'm so afraid. Being afraid is a concept. It's a story you're telling yourself. What is that thing that you call being afraid really? What is it really? And then people asking those questions, they realize, oh my God, wow, I'm not afraid. And I like the sessions I had today, like there was a lady going, oh my God, people tell me I have anxiety, existential anxiety. And I'm like, how do you know that? And she said, well, because I always want more and I'm never satisfied. And I'm like, okay, so is this really, is this really existential fear? Or are you just a person who loves striving for more and loves asking for greater? And she's like, that. And I thought that is fear because people told me that. So she ran around her whole life thinking she's afraid when she's actually someone who is asking for greater all the time. So this is an example how these psychological, logical concepts are very confusing and creating lies and stories rather than looking at what truly is true for us. And when we have clarity on what's true for us, everything opens up. We get a freedom that, yeah, that's just opening up a new playground for us, the world, and the future.
That's like amazing. And Anne is saying, I guess we all have existential anxiety then. And
Yeah.
someone is asking, what is underneath fear, is what they're
Yeah,
asking.
that's a great question. And I want to encourage you to ask this for you, because what we've learned is to generalize. But with these things, you cannot generalize. It's not like this is this and this is this, because then you have another concept. Like you go from one concept to another concept. You have to ask in the very specific moment when you experience something and you want to label it and you want to say, this is, let's say, fear. You want to be really, really present in that moment. What's up for you in this very moment? And you want to ask, okay, what if I don't have a label on this? If I strip away that label, what's left? What am I aware of? What am I sensing? Is this something from me in my body? Is this something from somewhere else? Is it from the earth? Is it from a person? Is it from a group? Is it from close to me, far away? It's like, what is it? What am I aware of? And oftentimes it's like fear has like it feels like something like this, right? And if you don't call it, you can stay with that energy of right? And it's like oftentimes oh my God, there might be an aliveness, an excitement, a looking forward to something that you have misapplied and misidentified as something that you call, let's say, fear or anxiety. This is just one possibility, okay? So please don't generalize this. This is just one thing that I see a lot of people that I work with that are that have an excitement about something, an aliveness that they have been made wrong for. And then people said, "Oh, you don't have to be afraid. It's okay." And then they thought that that energy equals being afraid. And then they realize it's not. And when they realize what's true for them, they can use that aliveness and access their creativity and use it for that situation, whatever that situation might be. So again, this is one possibility. So look at it. What is it for you in that very situation, in that very moment? If you don't call it fear, what is it really? And this is where we can have so much freedom. And imagine if the world wouldn't run on concepts anymore. You know, if people wouldn't go, oh, this is this and this is this. If people would question more, if people would be more clear on what is true for them, we would not be run by insanity as we are now. We would not be subject to lies and being manipulated. We would be the leaders we truly are. And that's something I'm inviting to with so much joy with this different approach, with being pragmatic, because I would love to have a different world. And I know we're creating it. And the more we know what's true for us, the farther we get.
Absolutely. And I am so excited about some of the changes that are taking place on the planet right now. There's been political changes, changes with the earth. I notice people are getting happier. Some people, not everybody. It's like things are just changing, and people, whether they realize it or not, are kind of becoming the tools of pragmatic psychology and seeing things from a more pragmatic way. They're going, wait, this isn't working. So what else do I need to do or be or change here? That's the most pragmatic thing you can do. Ask a question.
That's where we go from dramatic to pragmatic, because the world is a very dramatic place. It's all about, oh my God, and drama, and people get so almost turned on by drama. What else would they do if they wouldn't be entertained by drama? I mean, we can look at our own lives. If we go, if I wouldn't have a problem, oh my God, how would I use my energy? It's new. It's like for all of us, we're like, if I wouldn't be troubled for 2 hours per day, 2 hours less per day with troubles, there would be so much free time, so much free energy. like this might be uncomfortable, and you might go, now really have to be in the question and get clear on what I would like. And you would be so much more creative and potent. And the question is, would I, like, really being honest with ourselves, would I like that? And if you prefer problems, don't worry, you're not wrong. Enjoy them,
Totally.
enjoy the problems. It's not a wrongness. Just get clear on where are you at and what do you truly desire right now. And then don't stop with any wrongness or with the state of the world. Like, so many people are getting distressed with how the world is right now. Well, what if you're not impressed by drama? What if you don't stop with the wrongness? Keep going, keep moving beyond it, because every wrongness, every problem points you towards a new possibility if you would like.
It truly does.
It's like on the roads when they show you the pointers,
The arrow?
the arrow, the road sign, like anything that seems wrong, it just like says, hello, look further, just go a couple of steps further. There's a greater possibility waiting for you. And that's where we are right now, where we can go being impressed and stop at the drama or keep on going. And whatever you do, it's not wrong. Just keep on choosing.
I love that. And one of the things that I realized is that I like drama and I like being dramatic. And so, right? So when I stopped making that wrong, I went, how can I include drama in my life in a more creative way? Like, I'm going to actively choose drama. And so a friend and I recently have been watching this ridiculous, painful, super overly dramatic reality TV show called Love is Blind while running bars. And so we'll run, and Access Consciousness Bars is this amazing body process that releases thoughts and feelings and emotions, and you just feel amazing afterwards. So we do the bars while we watch the TV show, and I'll like yell at the TV and I'll be like, don't marry her, marry him. And then while we're running bars, and then afterwards, I feel amazing. I don't want to fight with anybody. I don't need drama. I got my drama. I'm so happy.
That is, and you weren't you also like being in a drama group or something, like acting?
And that's another thing I did for the drama. I also joined a drama group and became assistant director of my stepdaughter's school play, and so much more drama in my life from that too, in a creative way. And it's been so fun. And I'm just noticing I'm picking fights. I'm wanting to have problems less and less and less and less and less, because I'm in allowance of that and actively choosing it.
And using that energy to your advantage. Using that joy of drama to your advantage, and now it becomes a resource, a possibility. Perfect.
I love that. A resource and a possibility. Yep, exactly. So Susanna, your first book, Pragmatic Psychology, here we have both covers, is in 7 languages.
I think even more, but I don't remember.
Is it even more?
Yeah.
Okay. And even more. And then the Advanced Pragmatic Psychology that Susanna and Gary actually co-authored is available in 2 languages, English and German. So that is very exciting. This one is, I always say book is like the best kept secret of Access. Nobody knows about it, but it's like, it's the secret humanoid secret book. So and
it covers, like, it's so funny because it covers like parenting, business, marketing, like money, so many different areas. It's amazing.
It is. One of my favorite chapters is called The Extreme Sport of Awareness. So
yeah,
I will leave you guys with the mystery of what that is. You'll have to buy the book. Awesome. So we have Susanna's website here on the screen, SusannaMittermaeir.com. Susanna does private sessions, facilitates classes all over the world. So you can check out her website. her books. And thank you so much for being here, Susanna. This was so fun. I love getting to talk with you.
Likewise. Thank you for having me. And thank you for being such a champ on this International Book Day and leading this through solo. It's really amazing. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Amazing. Well, how does it get better? And we'll see you soon. All right. So there you have it. Susanna Mittermaier, the author of 4 amazing books and I think the coolest psychologist around. Just saying. She's an amazing, amazing lady with a totally different way of looking at the world. So what else can I tell you guys? I just wanted to let you guys know as well that a lot of these books are available on Kindle. I think most of them are. And we also have a lot on audiobook. So with Audible. So if you actually want to turn the book on in your car, listen to the books, that's something that's possible too. So you can check them out on Audible as well. All right. So next, we are going to be speaking with Access Consciousness Certified Facilitator, Marylin Bradford. So welcome to International Book Day, Marylin.
Thank you, Julia. So glad to be here.
Oh, so glad to have you here. I love talking to you, and I love talking about right recovery because I just think that the world needs a very different way of looking at addiction and recovery. So thank you for being here.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So can you talk a little bit about your background and how your book, Right Recovery for You, came to be?
Sure. I can't even remember how long ago it was. But anyway, I was having a marriage breakup and I was diagnosed as depressive and addicted to alcohol. And I was seeing a therapist and all of this and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, he recommended that I go to This Reality's traditional treatment program, which I did. And I was in that for 17 years and I did it. And
wow, 17 years of traditional AA is a lot of
that's
years.
a lot. And the whole time I was going, seriously? There's got to be something else. There's just got to be something else. I mean, I did everything I was supposed to do. I did the steps. I sponsored people. I had sponsors and I went to meetings and all of this kind of thing. And my therapist said, because I wanted to change jobs, I was getting this divorce. He said, I think you'd be a good therapist. I was like, really? Okay. He says, I want you to go back to graduate school. And he really helped me out because he had been a favorite at the graduate school and I'd way past the date of application. But, he got me in and I specialized in addiction and then worked at a psychiatric hospital. And I interned at the Menninger Clinic, which is like the Mayo Clinic for mental health in America.
Interesting.
Yeah. And I became a psychotherapist and eventually in private practice with a specialty in addiction. And I wasn't really looking for access. A friend of mine had joined in. They lived in Santa Barbara. They'd gone on hikes with Dain and done this and that. And she let me listen to that. Those days, that long ago, we were on cassette tapes and Walkmans.
I love it. Wow. What year was that?
I can't even, 2000 and must have been 2005 going into 2006 because 2006 was my first access class.
Yeah, because I'm thinking, when did I go from my cassette Walkman to my CD disc Walkman,
Right.
I'm like, when did that happen?
But anyway, I was listening to all these tapes with Gary and I finally said to my friend, I have got to meet Gary. And she said, well, you haven't even done, at that time, Bars and Foundation were together. She said, you haven't even done Bars Foundation. I'm like, I know. So what? She was like, wait a minute. The first body class is in 3 weeks in California. And I'm like, I'm going. That's it. Put it on my charge card. So I went.
The first ever body class?
Uh-huh. first ever body
Oh,
class.
Marilyn.
I know. I
Very
got in on the ground floor, sort of, not like
Yeah.
Simone and Dain, but I was, anyway, it was a great, I'm like, I never looked back. And I started using the access tools for myself. And then I started using the access tools on my clients. By that time, I was in private practice. And I said, Gary, my clients are getting better with the access tools than they are with psychotherapy tools.
Marilyn.
It is true.
I mean, that's a big statement.
It was a big thing. And it wasn't something I was like, I need a new way. It was just like, wow, this is amazing. I said, can we create something with access and addiction? And he's like, yeah, sure. And at that point, there was one right class, right body for you. I said, can we call it right recovery for you? And he said, yeah, I think I'll do a bunch of right classes. So that's how the right classes were born. Yeah. So I started using these tools, making some notes, looking for different ways to actually be with the topic of addiction. Like what's crazy about this reality's, what's not crazy about this reality's view of addiction and recovery. And eventually he's like, you have to write a book, because I was talking to Gary all the time about this. And so I did. So I wrote Right Recovery for You, which is really a fairly radical paradigm shift, actually very radical paradigm
Marilyn, it's radical and I love it. And you're radical.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. Wow. So, I mean, one of the main premises of the book and the work of Right Recovery for You is that addiction is not a wrongness.
Exactly. It's definitely not a wrongness. Although it comes from, for most people, a sense of trying to get out of having made themselves so wrong. And it usually starts very early on with the family. And it's not even necessarily that your family meant to make you wrong or mean or anything like that. They're like, you know, as Maxwell's, this is how we see the world. This is how we do religion. These are women's roles. These are men's roles. This is how you operate in society. These are the jobs open to you. And a lot of people are going, what? It's like, it makes no sense whatsoever. But what happens is people end up making themselves so wrong. I don't fit in. I don't know what to do. I remember sitting in my car not my car, but the family car when I was 4 years old, going, I think I made a mistake coming in.
How many of you listening have felt like that?
And
that's hilarious.
Of course, I started early with addictions to sugar. So what's an addiction? It's an energy looking for a target, and it's an energy of basically finding someone or something, a behavior, a substance outside of yourself, so you can kind of absent yourself and not feel that pain of being so wrong, which actually one of the things I discovered about second year into doing Right Recovery is what we think of as actual addictions, like drug addictions, alcoholism, being a winner, making money, trauma, drama, are actually secondary addictions. And the primary addiction is to judgment and the wrongness of self. And it's one of the reasons that people relapse so often traditionally, is because if that wrongness is not addressed, that pain is so great, you'll go back to using again, whatever it is.
Totally.
Yeah, like, perfection, whatever. Yeah.
These are, I don't mean to make the energy significant, but you know, we go through stuff as kids and things show up and they can be, I mean, there's a very big spectrum, but life can be really hard and really dark and really shameful and really regretful and deeply ugly. And it's like, when you look at addiction, it's like, okay, there's a coping mechanism.
Exactly.
How can that be made into a wrongness? How can a coping mechanism for that level of darkness and shame be made wrong.
Yeah. And actually, it's interesting because alcohol and drugs tend to be made wrong. Some addictions tend to be made right, like to making money, being the perfect mother. And in a way, they're more damaging, fitting in everywhere. Yeah, because people don't realize that they have them, but they're not being present. Addiction is basically a denial of being. And for me, recovery is an embracing of your being and your uniqueness. Does that make sense, Julia?
Yeah.
I've never quite put it
It
right.
makes so much sense.
Yeah.
I just love it. And I've been watching, I don't know if you've watched this, Marylin, but if you haven't, I think you'll get a real kick out of it. There's a show called Louder Milk.
No, I'm going to write it down because I'll forget.
Yes, write it down because it's a comedy, a very, very heartful, impactful comedy about an AA group. And the characters, it's about how the AA group comes together, and they're different characters, and it's a different take on addiction, and it kind of gives you the nuances of how different we all are and how different we all think, and then in this show how addiction plays into that, and how these men and one woman are working on their recovery. But I love this show. Anthony, my husband, who you know, Marylin, but my husband and I watched it like back to back to back to back. And it's just, I don't know, there's just such a different, like, just, I don't know, everybody deserves dignity. Everybody deserves a chance at recovery. And like, we do, but we can't make ourselves wrong for the things that we've done, the things that we've said, the things that we've gone through, the shame that we feel. Of course we do, but it's like, I'm just so grateful that we have these really, as you said, and I love that. I think I'm going to start referring to it as these radical tools to recovery.
And I just want to stop you 1 minute because there's such a difference between traditional recovery and recovery in Right Recovery for You and Access. In traditional recovery, it's about stopping something always.
And that's what the TV show is about. That's one part of the TV show is it doesn't work, but
clearly, if you're doing something that's harmful to you and your body, you should stop it. But if recovery stops there, you never get you back. Because the other thing about AA, and AA is absolutely correct for some people, is it's based on you being wrong.
Yeah.
And Right Recovery for You is based on you being amazing. You just haven't rediscovered it yet and created it. And that's a really big difference.
Yes, it is.
You know.
It truly, truly is. And so I want to ask you about something. Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic.
No. Well, let me actually
talk about that
way.
How that may be a lie.
Yeah, there are people who actually have an allergy to alcohol. Not nearly all of the people who go to AA have an allergy to alcohol. Turned out I didn't. But those people can't drink. And if you have an allergy to peanuts, you can't be around peanuts. But you don't call yourself a peanutaholic.
Right.
So there are people who really can't drink, just as though there are people who are allergic to bee stings and have to carry that, but I can't remember what that's called.
EpiPen.
Have to carry an EpiPen with them. A lot of people have used alcohol as well as drugs and other things because that's what they just went to escape that pain of being wrong and that confusion of what this reality is. And then they become dependent on it, and they become dependent on the idea, not necessarily chemically dependent. I don't do a lot with drug addicts because it's a lot with chemistry, and that's not something that interests me. But energetically, if your family is addiction oriented, and it does not have to be alcohol or drugs. You pick up that energy and you learn not to be present, and you learn that when things are tough, you go to something outside of you because you're not complete. And it's too dangerous to be present. And that's very different from once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. There are many, many people in Access who've just quit drinking, quit doing drugs, quit all kinds of things. Oh, this isn't who I am. This isn't who I desire to be.
Wow. Thank you for explaining the nuances of that, because it is a very nuanced conversation. There's a very big difference between, once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic, the addiction to alcohol, and using addiction to, shy away from the greatness of you. And so thank you for explaining that. I think that that's something that each person listening to this can walk away with and remember that delineation, I guess you would say.
Well, and the big difference, another huge difference, is traditional treatment is based on a structure that's imposed on you. It's an answer to your problem. Right recovery, as with Access, is based on the question. I mean, people would come in and say to my private practice and say, I'm an alcoholic. And I'd say, well, how do you know? Or whatever it was. I'm depressed. How do you know? What's up for you? And we would.
Can you imagine, Marilyn? They've been around the block and they've already decided what's going on. Yeah. And there's Marilyn empowering them. Well, how do you know? I mean, their head just must spin around.
Sometimes it does, pretty much.
That's so fun. What a gift.
And they start asking questions and find out. I mean, as I said, AA is really perfect for some people, and the people who want a strong structure, want to be a follower, want someone to tell them, want to have the solution outside of them. And there's nothing wrong with that. But you're never going to get to your being through that.
Wow. You're never going to get to your being through that.
Yeah. Because being only comes from empowering yourself and asking questions, and that willingness to take that next step and go into the unknown.
That's so true. Wow. I mean, I watched a friend of mine in Access, and he was extremely addicted to drugs, and he came to Access, and I think kind of tried to hide that, and then kind of or maybe was sober for a bit, and then had a major relapse, and then and now, I don't know, he's been clean maybe 3 or 4 years. He just made a choice one day, and it shows up different for everybody. I'm not saying this is every person's journey, but he just made a choice. He's like, this isn't me. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to be addicted. I don't need this. I have tools for something different. And the way that he is creating his life is just a sight to see. And watching maybe for the 8 years that I've known him, from the relapse and, not knowing if he was going to ever come back from that, if he was going to go away completely. And then to watch somebody have these tools and just wake up one day and say, okay, I'm ready. I don't need this anymore. I'm going to have me.
I love those stories. And that they happen repeatedly with Access. Access is like, I don't even know how to describe it, but it is so nourishing and nurturing because it acknowledges people. It acknowledges their being, their uniqueness, their capacity to change and be greater. So it is a great, I don't want to say foundation because that's very stable and fixed, but it is sort of whatever it is, an atmosphere, an environment where people can choose not be judged. And that's another thing about right recovery. Take the judgment out of it. Mm-hmm. This reality is all about judging. You judging you, other people judging you, telling you what's right, telling you what's wrong. Access and right recovery are about, well, so now what? What would you like to choose? What's up? What? Me? Know something? Yes. Empowering you to know that you know. The tagline of Access. Yeah.
That is so awesome. I think that watching this show, Louder Milk, Marilyn, I cannot wait to talk to you after you watch this show. It's just a blast. And I don't know, seeing the way that world functions, and then just thinking about how different things can be
Yes.
with consciousness,
Mm-hmm.
with access tools, with Marilyn or whoever, other facilitators being like, hey, so how do you know you are addicted? You know? Well, what's wrong with it? Like, what's wrong? Like, are you just coping, or, whatever questions, you have. It's so different. So, with right recovery, I mean, what are some of the things that you like, do you have any stories about people that you've worked with, and just their change of heart, and what has become basically how they used right recovery to change their life?
Well, a lot of it is with allowance for themselves and gratitude. So I have a lot of stories. If you
I
want
know
to
you
hear my
do.
backstory. I had a client who came in. This was years and years and years ago, and I still talk with him occasionally. He said, well, I can't do many sessions because I'm a cocaine addict and I spent $100,000 on cocaine. And I'm like, okay, well, it's fine. We'll work with whatever you got.
Yeah.
So he started telling me. So I said, what do you love to do? He's like, what? I said, what do you love to do? What really lights you up? He said, well, I love photography and all forms of art. I said, okay, when was the last time you did any of that? And he said, oh, well, I don't allow myself to do that because I'm $100,000 in debt with cocaine. Okay, so all right. So here's your I had homework, home play. I want you to go out, and you don't have to buy expensive stuff, but buy the basics for creating art and photography, and indulge yourself this whole week and come back and see me next week. He was a changed person because he got that he didn't have to punish himself and that he could have this outlet. And we went on from there, and he doesn't use cocaine anymore, It's just like anything that you can do, particularly in the beginning, to introduce you're not wrong and what lights you up. So it's a different kind of story. I had a woman.
I love that one. I've never heard that one.
Yeah. Who came in and said, well, and she'd been sober, I don't know, I don't remember really, 3 or 4 months.
Yeah.
This was in Austin, Texas, which is a big Tex-Mex, She says, well, I'm going out for Tex-Mex food and I'm really concerned. I'm like, why? She said, because I always have margaritas with Tex-Mex. I haven't allowed myself to go out for Tex-Mex because I'm afraid. I'm like, what are you afraid of? Well, I'll drink margaritas. Okay. So here's your assignment. Go have Tex-Mex with your friends, order a margarita, and drink it consciously. Pick it up, smell it, allow yourself to taste it, put it down, notice how your body feels. I went a little bit more what to do. She said, really? I'm like, uh-huh. She came back the next week and I said, well, how was it? She said, well, I discovered I don't even like margaritas. But this whole story about it. And that's what we do.
Oh my God. Never in the history of normal recovery has any psychotherapist ever said, go try the drink consciously.
Yes, exactly.
Wow. And from her doing it slowly, consciously, with awareness, she actually came to the realization that she didn't even like it.
And she empowered herself with that.
Huge.
Yeah, hugely empowered herself.
Wow. That
And
is.
another one that's going to sound really odd to people, but Access has this tool. Who does this belong to?
Mm-hmm.
I had a client, I think she was in her 20s. She came in, she's, and she worked with me. She said, I'm an alcoholic. I mean, she worked with me for like 6 weeks. And I knew she desired to change. And that's a whole nother topic. But you don't come to me with a desire to change and don't change in 6 weeks. It just doesn't happen.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So I finally said to her, whose alcoholism is it anyway? And she said, oh, it's my mother's. And she never had another problem with alcohol. So I love that story.
I do too. That's amazing. Like, so can you kind of just dive into that a little bit about maybe the behavior, the addiction belongs to somebody else, and you've been living out somebody else's addiction?
Well, how much do we live out, particularly for women? And I think it happens for men too, although I haven't seen it quite as much. How much do we live out our mother's patterns, habits, ways of speaking, ways of parenting, ways of dealing with money, all of those things? But then we don't get that we could also live out their addiction. It's not yours. None of those patterns and habits and behaviors are actually yours. But we learn as a young child, in this case, a young girl, that's our role model. So we learn to take it on.
Wow. So it's almost like it's like the margarita story. That woman, in the second that she got present and aware of the fact that she doesn't even like margaritas, she didn't even have an addiction to margaritas. She didn't even like them.
Right.
It's the same in that moment. That other person realized as soon as she became aware, it's my mom's addiction. She was released of it. So it's the essence behind both of those stories is awareness.
Awareness. And your point of view creates your reality. If you think you're an alcoholic, and if you identify as one, I always tell my clients, never identify, I'm an overeater, I'm a gambler, because then you have to act it out until someone or something interrupts that. And what happened, and the best thing to interrupt that is to have an experience or have someone ask you a question that interrupts it. Like the margarita experience, or when I asked her, whose addiction is that anyway? Whose parenting style is that anyway? Whose ideas about money is that anyway? Oh, that's my mother's.
Wow. That's amazing. That's something that Gary Douglas, the founder of Access Consciousness, has really taught me with parenting, because he's basically taught me to start asking Aria, who's my 15-year-old teenage stepdaughter, you know her, Marylin. I'm like, I do harsh with her sometimes, and he's like, harsh never works. It never creates.
Right.
And he said, you've got to just peacefully ask her, what is that choice that you're making creating? Not what's that choice creating? Like, okay, like you were, harsh with your dad, so like, what did that create? What did that create in his world? What did that create in your world? And then I watch her and she looks at it and she goes, and she comes off it completely. It's incredible. It's an unbelievable. I'm like, I have extreme control over my teenage daughter. Who feels like they have extreme control over their teenage daughter? Nobody, but I do, because I have the power of the question. The other day we were going for a hike, and I said, your spring break is 9 days. I want to spend only 5 hours of it with you, and we're going on this hike whether you like it or not. And in the morning, she was like all grumpy. And so I just asked her, I said, are you punishing me for making you go on this hike? And then she looked at it. She went back to eating her breakfast. And then 3 or 4 minutes later, she came up to me and gave me a big hug out of nowhere. And
Yeah.
we had the coolest day. We had such a blast hiking, going out to eat, getting Starbucks. We had so much fun. But you know, her desire was to punish me for making her go on the hike. And when I asked her about it, she went in her own world, I don't really actually want to punish Julia, you know? So it's like asking a question of somebody creates such
Awareness. Yeah.
awareness, such a change in their world,
Yeah.
and allows them to be such a pattern interrupt.
And the other thing is it allows them, encourages them, and really demands of them to be present. And that's another thing that
I didn't realize I was doing that with Aria.
this reality never desires us to be present, because when you're present, you're not controllable. You're in charge of your choices. And addiction is all about not being present. So you're controlled by everybody's judgment of you. You're controlled by having to be perfect, or this reality, or belonging, or trauma drama, or whatever it is. When you come back to being you and know that you don't have to be controlled by anyone or anything outside of you, that's a very different space. You can be really present, begin to create and celebrate you, and be the being you truly be.
Oh, I love that. Well, thank you so much for coming on to talk to me. This was fun.
Thank you, Julia. Always fun to talk with you.
Oh man, do we have fun. Oh, awesome. Well, how does it get better? And for those of you out there watching, Marylin is an amazing facilitator, and you can take private sessions with her, classes. Her website is up here on the page, marylinbradford.com, and you can purchase her book, Right Recovery From You. And if you want 10% off, you can do that today with our cool sale that we have with Access
Cool. I didn't
Consciousness
even know
Post.
that.
Yeah, the Access Consciousness Publishing is going to come on today and actually talk about the publishing process, which I'm excited about. And they also are giving 10% off for so people can order the books today.
That's great. Oh, and it does come in French, Italian, German, and Spanish.
Awesome. French, Italian, German, and Spanish. Great. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. I had it written down to say that, but I forgot. So that's great. I'm glad you did. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you, Marylin. And we'll chat with you soon.
Sounds good.
Okay. Bye. Oh, Marylin. Amazing, Marylin. Okay. So now we have Shannon O'Hara coming on. Shannon O'Hara is the founder of Talk to the Entities. She is a force of nature. I wouldn't even call Shannon a person. I'm going to call Shannon a force of nature. So we have a force of nature coming up next. This is actually a pre-record that Shannon and I did a few days ago because she wasn't able to be on based on her time zone. And it gives me a break in the 5 hours. So that's all right with me. I'm excited to go and have a little bite to eat and be with you. But I will be watching Shannon's interview. It's an amazing interview about how she developed Talk to the Entities and all of these different tools. I'm really excited for you guys to see how she's applied consciousness to the world of ghosts and entities and spirits of the earth. So, I will see you guys soon. It's just going to take a second. We're going to get the video up. We're going to get the video up and we will be back. And our wonderful next guest, Shannon O'Hara, is with us. Welcome, Shannon.
Hello, hello.
So today we're going to talk about the first book you wrote, Talk to the Entities. It's an invitation to a totally different possibility. I love this book. I think it's one of my, I actually mean this. It's one of my favorite books because it's so it's so raw. It's so you. And it's like most books have the person's being edited out of them. And your being is still completely intact in this book. And it is so engaging to read.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, what inspired you to write this book?
Mm-hmm. Well, probably the entities to a really large degree, and my ambition to actually create. That book, that was my first book, and it took me quite a long time to write because I didn't know how to write a book when I started. So that book sort of taught me how to write, and it was this energy that I think probably like 15 people in a row were like, you should write a book, you should write a book. And I was like, after the 15th person, I was like, yeah, maybe I should write a book. So and it took so long for me to get started because I didn't really know how, and I didn't really get like what was relevant. And I kept on thinking that what I wanted to put in the book was irrelevant, which is essentially the story. It's basically my story of growing up, from birth till about age, I think that book finishes around age 30, some early 30s, maybe just 30 for me. Essentially growing up being aware of ghosts and what that journey was like and how that evolved. And yeah, so that's the story of that. And I of course thought it was irrelevant and who cares and da 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 da. And I am like shocked at how much feedback I've gotten from that book over the years and how much that book has contributed. So I'm glad I did it. Sort of may this be a lesson to anybody who's listening who thinks that what they have to contribute is irrelevant or who cares or it's of no value. You never know. Like it might actually land somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
For me, reading the book, it was that because I read the book and it's just filled with your stories. And I'm like, I have a similar story. And I guess I did see that. And there was that old man who lived by the piano who like came and saw me at nighttime when I went to get up to go to the bathroom or like,
Right.
and I'm like, wait a minute, that did happen to me, right? And then I'm like thinking I'm like, yeah, it did. And then I like would bring that being back as I'm reading the book and I'm going like having like a beautiful exchange with them again with like now that I have the tools. And so yeah, it was really important for me. So one of my favorite stories in the book is like the exchange that you had with Mary after she died. So for those of you who haven't read the book, Mary Shannon is the founder of Access, Gary Douglas's stepdaughter, and Gary had a lady named Mary come and live with them as she was basically dying, like she was very old, and Gary wanted to take care of her. And so Shannon was a part of that process, living with Gary, being his daughter. And do you want to just talk a little bit about that part of the book? I really loved how as she had died, you embraced her rather than shut her out.
So Mary was it was sort of like my surrogate grandmother. She was around all my life growing up, and she was I would say she was like more than a friend of the family. She was really like part of the family. And she did pass and she was quite old. And I was like in my early 20s and I had helped take care of her. She basically did most of her hospice. Like my dad invited her to come live with him when she was, transitioning, and she did. And she died. And like a week later or something, I was at my house in another part of town. And I don't know about any of you guys, but this one house I was living in, there was this very specific way that the floor would creak when there was like an entity in the living room. And this house was so specific in that way. And I was laying in my bed like early one morning and I heard the floor creak. And immediately I was like, oh, entity. And I like wanted to like resist and put up barriers. I was like, please don't, no, I don't want to deal with this. Things have changed a lot since then, but this was a long time ago. And I sort of like caught myself freaking out and I was like, okay, just like relax. And Mary, who had died about a week previously, like kind of popped her head inside my bedroom door. I was like, Mary? And she came in and she sat down on my bed and she put her hand, her spirit hand on top of my hand. And she was just like, I want to thank you so much for looking after me, you know, in over these last months. I care about you. I love you. And I'm going to leave now. And it was just like this really beautiful, talk about like a spirit with manners. Like she was just like, thank you. I love you. And I'm leaving. Like she's going around to everybody being like, I appreciate you. And I'm leaving. And I didn't really, and she like, literally that was it. It lasted for like maybe 30 seconds. And she like went out my bathroom window. And I didn't realize what she meant by I'm leaving. What I realized she actually meant was she was sort of like leaving my past reference point for who that being was. She was no longer going to be Mary. She basically went forward or returned to infinite energy and became an infinite being. And when a being does that, they're no longer the identity. They're no longer the name, the nationality, the gender that you knew them in. The relationship changes. And she was the first entity I ever really consciously experienced doing that, where they like left, like, but they don't like disappear. They just stop. They no longer are the same identity that you knew them as.
So my grandmother passed away about a year ago, and I was really close with her. She was like kind of the life of the party kind of person in a world where people were very Midwestern, very straight, and she was really wild. And there was that moment after she passed away, like maybe like a month or so after sort of all the funeral and all that stuff, where I was talking to her and I could perceive that moment taking place where she was going to go be somewhere else. So I love that. Like for those of you out there listening, it's like, that's a great tool to remember. It's like they'll choose, they will or they won't. Some will stick around, but like, so would you call Mary like an empowered entity who was willing to move on and create something different? Or I don't know.
She was really smart.
Okay.
She was just really smart. She was always like a real seeker and like a self-actualized person. So I think she had probably like a lot more like wherewithal. I don't think when she died, when her body died, it wasn't like she had a bunch of baggage where she had to like hang around because she felt unresolved in a bunch of areas. Like she was pretty clean in her life. And like, I think she knew what she wanted to choose. And I know that it isn't true for many people that they're that clear, but also have like free enough thinking and recognizing that like there is consciousness after the body dies, and that there is choices that have to be made, and that it's just like this other version of living. But Mary was very evolved in that way.
That's awesome. Yeah. Okay. So you've developed, I mean, we have the book and you've developed these tools over, gosh, how long has Talk to the Entities been alive for? Has it been 15 years, 20?
Yeah, I would say I probably did my first Talk to the Entities class in 20 years ago. Wow. So, yeah.
Wow, that's amazing and long. And so what are for you, like for those who maybe haven't heard about Talk to the Entities or haven't read the book or who are new, what is it that's different about the entity empowerment tools of Talk to the Entities rather than going to a psychic or, reading the cards, or not that it's wrong, but what's different about Talk to the Entities?
It's so funny you bring up tarot cards, because just this morning we're staying in an Airbnb and the owner had, sorry if you can hear, there's some people walking around upstairs. It's pretty loud. Hopefully it's not being picked up, but if it is, that is people walking around.
It is. It sounds like entities in your floorboards creaking.
So, what was my point? Oh yeah, she had angel cards we busted out the angel cards. I thought they were actually really awesome. I've never looked at the angel card before, and I looked like the little book that came with it, but that entertained us for like 15 minutes. But anyways, okay, so Talk to Entities is different from like psychics and tarot cards, I suppose, because a lot of times people go to psychics to not be the source of their knowing. They're going to the psychic or to the medium to have somebody else be that connection for them, which is fine and relevant. And isn't it amazing that there are people who can provide that in the world? Talk to the Entities is really it's the kindergarten, grade school, high school, and university education for learning how to identify entities and work with your awareness of entities, and then work with entities. So it's a much more hands-on, much more empowered, much more direct connect system. It's not about telling people what about entities. It's actually about empowering people to know that they know. So it's popular in that it creates a lot more awareness and education and information for people who are looking for that. And it is definitely not for those who want to be told what's going on.
Okay. That's a great way of explaining it. And it's almost like you have to become the source of your own life, and you have to also realize that your choices, with entities actually create a whole lot of things. Like in the book, you talk about your experience I think you were in Australia, and you talk about how you were depressed and anxious and sort of doing self-hatred, which I think a whole lot of us have gone through and know a lot about. Yeah. And you had this big realization that there were all of these Native American Aboriginal entities that were around
Native
you.
Australian, not Native American, Native Australian.
My reference is Native American. It's Native Australian. And so there was like tons of entities, and you realize that you not being present with them, once you became present with them, all of that depression, anxiety, self-hatred lifted and changed. So your awareness of entities, your willingness to be aware of entities, was a direct and major impact on your mental health.
Yeah.
So could you, that's a huge statement.
Well, it's common sense to me. And I really look forward to a world where open public conversations about entities can actually be acceptable. I myself, if the thing that really inspired me early on with Talk to the Entities was how much better I felt when I dealt with entities. And I was really blessed because I had a father who would empower me and not make me wrong about entities, and who was willing to give me some really actually cool tools, but then also empower me to learn for myself and to claim my awareness, which I think I got really an advantage that not a lot of people have. Number one, I wasn't made wrong, but number two, I was also given really practical, effective support. Because effective support in the spirit about and around the spirit world is a very rare commodity.
Oh yeah.
But I was perfectly placed to have that. And so I am a very entity aware person, and there are other people like me in the world, and a lot of the people who are diagnosed with all sorts of disorders. And basically, if you think to yourself or say that you hear voices, you are hearing entities. And I would really love for that to become a acceptable conversation. And I actually, honestly, I don't really care if it becomes an acceptable conversation, because the people who know. And it's I didn't need society to accept it for me to know it. And a lot of people who are different and are willing to change will also know it. So, I guess it doesn't really matter. However, wouldn't it be super cool if a body of work and a system of change like Talk to the Entities was utilized well in psychiatric institutions? Now, this is a pretty big thing to say. Yeah. Most psychiatric institutions would be half empty if people were educated and empowered to talk to entities. And that's how big entity awareness impacts mental health. So it can be this low-grade anxiety and sort of just not really feeling good about yourself to full-blown schizophrenia. So it really has a huge spectrum, but most of the thing that creates the negative impact of entity awareness is that, number one, people aren't educated. Number two, people are told they're wrong. And number three, people literally have no idea how to deal with spirits. But when you start learning how to, with the tools of Talk to Entities, it's shockingly easy. It's like, I always say that Talk to the Entities is the education you should have given from the day you were born, because even babies can do it. It's so that easy and so not that significant. So it's really a different conversation around an area that tends to be shrouded in heaviness and significance.
Yeah, that's awesome. For me, my mom was she became a Reiki master when I was 2 years old. And I would talk to her about the entities I saw, and her nightstand was stacked up with ghost books.
All right.
Yeah, it was cool. It was a very entity positive household that I grew up into.
Mm-hmm.
But she didn't really know how to talk to them, and they still scared her, but she liked to read about them or sort of talk around them. And then when I would tell her that I was seeing ghosts, she'd be like, right on. And she would take me to people who could, but they didn't really know how to help me. They weren't really that entity empowered either, but she did her best with what she knew how, and was very somewhat entity. I don't know if you don't talk to them, if that's entity positive, but it was a celebration, and she thought I was so great that I had these capacities. So that was awesome. And then I watched Anthony, who is my husband, and you know him very well, Shannon, when he became a Talk to the Entities facilitator. His life really started to change in big ways. His mental health and his self-confidence, self-worth really started to change in huge ways. He really needed that. And he chose to basically start to verse himself in the world of Talk to the Entities, because he does something called, I don't know what he calls them now. I guess ESB sessions. He used to call it ASB, but anyways, he does this SOP sessions, ESB sessions. I'm sure some of you have heard of them. If not, you can look that up on YouTube. There's some great videos about Symphony of Possibilities. And so he felt like his sessions the potency was losing strength. And he was like, what else do I do? And what else is possible? And universe, I need you to show me something different is available. And so he was scrolling through Facebook, and he saw one of your videos, and he's like, that's actually what I need. And so he started versing himself in it. And I watched him, or actually remember one specific day where he was just going into such a dark space about himself, money, his life. And I said, he said, I feel like I'm going to die. And I said, why don't you go deeper into it? And he went deeper into it, and he started to notice all of the entities and the beings that he was holding out and not willing to be aware of. And he started clearing them. And I remember that day was a huge turning point. He had been blocking out so much that he was aware of. And when he stopped doing that, and he started receiving those beings and entities, a whole lot changed for him. So it's...
Yeah. And to be clear, for anyone who's listening who might misunderstand, we don't mean being aware of entities makes you depressed. We mean not acknowledging that you're aware of entities has huge downstream cascading ramifications of psychological health. And so a lot of the times, you want to start with the thing of what are my entity awareness symptoms or signs? And for some of you guys, it might be depression or anxiety or hearing voices or having a stomach ache. And most people can relate to that and have had that experience. But instead of ignoring and avoiding the fact that you're aware of entities, actually recognizing, oh, cool, I'm aware of entities, and then getting to work on that.
Awesome. Yeah. So, one of the final things I want to talk about here is, what's the chapter called? Enchanted Forest, Enchanted Earth. Yeah. And you talk about being in New Zealand and just the energy of the earth there. And, the whole earth, our earth has such an incredible
Yeah.
I mean, it's a different world. It's a whole different thing to tune into. It's a different space and stratosphere, and most of us have become numb and dumb to what's actually going on and the great just world and magic and beauty of what we call the spirits of the earth. So I would love if you could just talk in some way about, the entities of the earth, the spirits of the earth, and your different point of view about what's actually going on and what's possible for people if they choose it.
Yeah. So with Talk to the Entities, one of the taglines, I feel like I've got many, but one of them is the inclusion of all beings and the judgment of none. And I did not have a reference point for what talking to entities was until I started to do it. And I was surprised at the diversity of entities that exist and spirits. And when I use the word entity and spirit, I'm sort of using it interchangeably in this context. But one of the huge treasures that I received in opening up to talking to entities was the interconnection within the play and getting to have like nature spirits in my life in a way that I wasn't receiving or acknowledging or really having before I got it. And it came in a lot of different waves and a lot of different stages. I could tell you multiple stories of really real magic, of like sparkles in the water that I could go on and on. There is a story in the book about a really dynamic, really life-changing experience that I had in New Zealand. And New Zealand, if anyone's been there, there's still like a really strong Maori, there is still a lot of Maori energy and knowledge there. And the Maoris accept and recognize nature spirits. And I think that does something to a place. White European cultures tend to decimate a lot of the earth magic, which is weird because I moved to England recently and it's such a magical, enchanted place. I'm like, how does this work? It's so fascinating. Anyways, so I really surrendered to some really powerful nature spirits, which I think a lot of people actively don't do because it requires you to receive and to lose control and to open up to an energy that we're often taught to avoid or resist or react to. But I really value and cherish opening up to forces and sources of nature that are undefined and unstructured and out of control and non-controllable, which you really only hear about in children's fairy tale stories.
Yeah.
But that's what's so brilliant for me about getting to be an adult that is aware of a world of energy and information that does exist that most adults do not let themselves have. And if you'll open up to, if you even just go to, I think the first step, if you want to get more into nature spirits or have more of that energy in your life, go to natural places. That's that's the hack. And for me, I was we were deep in old growth forests in New Zealand. And if you go to natural places, you're going to run into way more nature spirits. And then the diversity of nature spirits is unquantifiable. I oftentimes say that the spirit world is a kingdom, phylum, genus, and species, just like the microelements, macroelements, animal, plant, and microorganisms. And there's just so much. So I oftentimes I feel so much better around nature spirits, which is one of the reasons we moved to where we moved to in England. And as soon as I spend the day in London, it's I am thrashed. And when I come back to where we live, which basically looks exactly the same as it did 500 years ago, and there's these really old wise trees and deep, deep forest energies and magic, I feel immediately my being starts. I basically feel like myself again. So yeah, I wanted to include a story in that book about nature spirits, because it's not that easy to talk about nature spirits, especially with adults, without sounding like weird and like woo-woo and like, I don't know, creepy even. But it was a really big part of my journey, and receiving from nature spirits has been one of the greatest gifts of my life.
Wow, that's beautiful. So if people want to learn, maybe if they go out into nature and they can't tap into that, is there a place with you that they can learn more about the topic, at least to start putting their toe in the water or start getting more familiar?
We have all sorts of resources. And if you're listening to this, or if you're ever watching this out there in the world, like, one of the things that we do in Access is we make this information infinitely abundant and easy to access. So that's why we have books. And that's why there's the Talk to the Entities website. There's Talk to the Entities facilitators. There's Talk to the Entities specialty classes. Some are specifically targeted towards earth spirits, and others are for empowering your children with entities, and others are for all sorts of things, because entities impact and can influence almost every area of our lives in ways that a lot of people wouldn't realize. So one of the things that is really cool about Talk to the Entities is you can't like have your logical mind and talk to entities at the same time. So really, the necessity of having to deal with entities is really what made me expand my way of being and open up my universe and adjust myself to be more inclusive of energy in a way that I don't know that anything else really could or would have done for me.
Wow, that's a great side effect of talking to entities. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much, Shannon, for this conversation. It's like there is a whole different world for, if you're out there listening, there is literally a whole different world out there that's available to you, that you can choose. And we have, as Shannon just said, 1,000 resources to make it available. So this is the book, Talk to the Entities. And thank you, Shannon, for being here. And how does it get better?
How does it? Bye, guys.
All right. So that was our pre-record with the amazing Shannon O'Hara on the magical land and world of entities. And so our next guest, I'm very excited to talk to because I really love him a lot. And he's the most amazing being I've ever known. And also the author of many of the Access Consciousness books that we have. So Gary Douglas he's also the founder of Access Consciousness, which is this wild set of tools that we're talking about today, and all of the different types of ways that the tools can be applied. It's been so interesting and amazing talking to Marylin and Susanna and seeing how each person applies these tools in such different and dynamic ways. So without any further ado, we have the Gary.
Hello, how are you?
I'm awesome.
Good.
I'm so excited to talk to you today.
Thank you. It was fun watching Shannon talk because she said something about, the entities are included and not judged, which I thought was brilliant and wonderful, because that would be the way I see it too.
Yeah. Yep. So the book that we're going to talk about today is Allowance, the Gift
Yeah, it's
of
a terrible book.
Oh my God. This book is insane. This book is insanely transformative.
Yes, it is. And most of the, it's like about half the writing in there was because of the editor we hired, whose name is Dean Larson. And he is just a brilliant man. And he added things that weren't added in the original work, and it just got better. So he did a great job. And I'm having him work on the next book that we're writing, which is called something. Oh, it's Deal and Deliver.
Wow, I'm interested to see how
Yeah, because
he works
he's
with
added some things in to make it more easily recognizable for people. Because everybody goes to Deal and Deliver as though this is how you're going to get what you want somebody to do. And that's not the purpose of Deal and Deliver. The purpose of Deal and Deliver is recognize what people won't do that they say they'll do.
That's a very different way of looking at it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like have sort of, I don't think I've mastered that yet, but I've been working on it. And it's amazing to even just approach a situation with the sort of presence and sobriety that true Deal and Deliver is about.
Yes.
So that's great. I'm looking forward to that book.
Me too.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the art of allowance.
Yes.
So allowance is where you don't get, it's like you have a choice in life. You can get align and agree with somebody, and then you get washed away in their reality, or you can resist and react to somebody, and then you get washed away in their reality too. So resistance or reaction or alignment and agreement, neither one give you the place where you can have possibility. So the purpose of this is to get you to the point where you recognize I don't have to align and agree, nor do I have to resist and react. And what is the other choice? The other choice is allowance. And if you're in total allowance, all things can come to you with great ease.
So how did you discover that you had to be in allowance originally? Where did it come from?
It came from a channeling that I did. And the guy said, you have to be, it's like you're either going to be in alignment agreement or resistance and reaction. And I was telling this on a stage one time, and there was this really pretty girl who was there. And I had to lean over for her to be able to use my mic. I said, you have a choice in life. You can either align and agree with the points of view, or you can resist and erect. And everybody thought erection. And it's like everybody laughed hysterically. And I realized, I got to be less serious about this. And what I realized is that, it's like if you align and agree with something, you're stuck, because you have made this the truth. And if you resist and react to something, you've made it the lie and you're stuck there. So you're stuck with truth or lie, not what are the choices are there. And the thing about an interesting point of view and about allowance is you always get other choices. Multiple choices. The multiple choice answer is interesting point of view.
Wow. So one of my favorite chapters is the chapter on having allowance for you.
Yeah.
Which is not really something that anybody teaches us to do except for the tools of access. So can you talk a little bit about sort of how we can have allowance for ourselves and
well, it's like what do you
healing?
do when you do when you judge you?
What do you do when you judge you? You hurt yourself, you destroy
Look
the
for
future.
where you're wrong, look for where you've done the wrong thing, look at how things are not working in your life. Nothing is about a positive action or reaction in life, or an erection in life either. So you got to have this.
That's a positive action in life.
For most people. So it's like you've got to have that place where you are willing to have a different point of view and realize that you don't have to lie and agree with everybody. One of the things I read was the Alexandrian Quartet, which I've recommended to many people, most of whom can't get through it because it's too intellectual.
It's hard, but it's
hard.
good.
It's a hard book to read because it requires you to actually look up words because he uses real words, not emojis.
It requires you to look up 15 words per page.
Sometimes. After I looked up 10 pages of stuff, I didn't have to look up any words after that. So that was good. So it educated me having to read those 15 words and look them up. So eventually I got more educated and I became better.
Hmm. So I want to go
the
ahead.
thing about the Alexandrian Quartet, it's written about the same time period in Alexandria in the 1920s. And it's written by 5 different points of view about the same events. And each one of them has their own point of view about it. And you begin to realize people have their own point of view. And if you don't buy one of them is right or one of them is wrong, you can change your own point of view very easily and you can have a different possibility. And I think that's the thing that we should all be shooting for. How do we create greater possibilities and more possibilities for us? Not how do we get it right? And so many people I know are always trying to get it right, looking for the right answer, the right thing to say, the right thing to do, the right thing to, and none of that has to do with being. It has to do with, it doesn't have anything to do with knowing. It has nothing to do with knowing. It has nothing to do with being. It has everything to do with trying to be like other people or trying not to be like other people.
Right.
And that really gives you no freedom.
So boring. It's really, and the boredom turns into difficulty and darkness.
I know, isn't it fun?
Used to be.
If you like telenovelas, it's really good that way.
Oh my gosh. I was telling Susanna Mittermaier on her interview that when I embraced the need and when I embraced my willingness to be a drama queen and be dramatic,
yeah,
then it's like I started watching. My friend and I have been watching this crazy reality TV show called Love is Blind, where they basically force these people to get married. And we run bars and I yell at the TV and it's so fun. And then I go on with my day and I don't want to make any more problems. I've had enough for the day. That was fun.
Yeah. Well, that's the interesting part. It makes the problems. And it's and we don't realize that we invent and create problems for the most part.
Right.
And true allowance gives you the ability to create and change anything.
Wow. So what have you been able to change because you're an allowance that is what other people would call pure magic?
Well, it's for instance, my son was, he was getting drunk all the time and he was obnoxious when he was drunk. So I told him, don't come to my house drunk. I don't like you when you're drunk. He says, where's your allowance, Dad? And I said, it is allowance. I haven't called the police and had you arrested, nor have I had you killed. That's allowance.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to realize, you got to look at what works for you as well as what works for the other person.
I would love if you expanded on having allowance for what works for you.
Well, for me, it's I look at it like we have things with access that are not easy right now. I mean, we're having to put so much money into El Lugar that we're tight financially like we haven't been in 25 years. And it's it's a lot of money. It's it's $150,000 every month just to pay the bank for their loan of $12 million. And it's and supposedly we're only paying interest, but it's not actually, when you figure it out, it's actually interest and principal that we're paying down. And they were supposed to give us 15 and they only gave us 12. And why are they doing that? They're doing it because they want to foreclose on us and take the property away from us because it's being so successful. Banks are not your friends. Don't ever think they are.
So how do you have
allowance for that?
Yeah.
I just know what they're going to do. Why would you choose this? Because you want something. What is it they want? They want the property. I'm not going to let it happen. So we've been coming up with the money and making it work, and it's all working. We might run out of money next month, but probably not.
So how do you not have an absolute panic, freak out, meltdown, and lose your mind. You don't actually have a point of view about it at all.
No,
Money isn't really it's real to you, but it's not really real to you. It doesn't really exist.
money always shows up when you're willing to just have it show up, and you're not willing to have yourself destroyed by it. See, most people think that having to pay that kind of money per month would be, would destroy them utterly.
Yeah.
No, it's just not easy. So let's make it easy. So we keep trying to increase the income so that we can do that with ease. And we're succeeding.
Right.
But we don't align and agree with the point of view that this is going to be a disaster. We don't align with the point of view that this can't happen. We ask, what else is possible?
Wow. I mean, there's just something so big in what you're talking about.
Yes, but most people don't want a big life, so they won't let themselves have this. They will do trauma and drama because that's more true from their point of view.
So you do things in such a way that it's not that you're taking a risk. It's that your level of awareness
Well,
of
it is a risk. It's a risk that, it might not show up, but I don't actually believe it is most likely to not show up. But I watch people all the time who are trying to prepare for a disaster that's going to happen by handling it now so that it doesn't happen. I never do that because my point of view is handle whatever happens when it happens and don't worry about it before then. Because otherwise you will make sure that you have exactly the disaster that you thought of to be able to handle it because you've already decided how you can handle it. I don't do that. This is going to be a disaster is not a reality to me. This is going to be an inconvenience, yes. Disaster, no.
And so you're aware of the possibilities.
Yeah.
You're basically spending all of this money on us.
I'm spending this money on creating a future that will be unique for the whole world.
Yeah.
I mean, what we're doing at El Lugar with the way we're doing the hot water, the way we're doing the air conditioning, the way we're doing the whole thing is not what has been done in the past.
Right.
It's something totally new. Our septic system is handled through plants, not through chemicals.
So cool.
And it's just very different. So everything about it is having the difference that will create a greater possibility for the future. And we have Liam, who's working on doing a biodigester to give us enough gas, quote unquote, to have a way of creating all the electricity we need to run the place. So it won't cost us anything for electricity. And that's all based on the waste that we all have. And we could all do that in all areas of our lives and create a whole different world.
Yeah. You said recently, you all have a life, but most of you don't know what to do with it. It's like an object that you're like, what is this thing? I don't know what to do with this thing.
I have a life. What the fuck do I do with this?
Yeah.
Which reminds me of a joke. This little boy goes out with his brother's going out in his new car, and the little boy gets in the back seat and covers up, and he's out, and his brother says to his girlfriend, "Give me a piece." And she says, "Okay." And then the car rocks and rolls, and he goes, "Wow, I wonder what happened." So he goes to the bus stop the next day, and he sees this pretty girl sitting there, and she says, "Hi, how are you?" And she goes, "I'm great. Give me a piece." And she goes, "Fuck you, you little twerp," and slaps him. And he goes, "Whoa, that wasn't what I expected. Okay, try that again." So he goes up to another lady and says, "Give me a piece." And she says, "Sure." Then he turns to me and goes, "Okay, now that I got it, what do I do with it?"
Exactly. It's like, what the hell is it? And what direction do I take?
Yeah. Where do I go? What do I do? And it's like, and the thing is that if you have the point of view of what do I do? Where do I go? You have possibilities show up. If you go, oh, this isn't going to work, or this can't work, or this is terrible, that's all you can do is create the terrible, the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Wow. I mean, you You really ask people questions. I haven't told you this yet. So you were teaching me how to ask my 15-year-old stepdaughter questions.
Mm-hmm.
And I cannot believe how much control I have over my 15-year-old stepdaughter, because questions are so powerful. I
Yeah.
mean, and I'm using the control to empower her and make her a more of who she is as a being and greater.
Yeah.
But I'm like, whoa. I was going from the presumptive reality that now that she's a teenager, I can't handle her and I have no control and I just have to like let it all go or be super harsh with her. And you're like, well, why don't you ask her what her choice is creating? So the other day I said, it's your spring break. You have 9 days. You don't have to hang out with me at all except for 5 hours. I just want to go for a hike. And she's like, fine. So it's the morning of the hike and she's being really grumpy and really mean. And I was super chill, but I was like, oh, are you like wanting to punish me for making you go on a hike today? And she just and then kept eating her breakfast. And then about 3 minutes later, she came up and gave me a really big hug. And she was like so excited and ready to go on the hike.
Yeah.
But it's like the question made her realize, oh, do I actually want to punish somebody right now? Or could I just have a fun day instead?
Yeah.
And I was like, that's a lot of power too.
It is a lot of power. And it's the power that you need to be able to do anything. I had a lady who contacted me because she said she needed somebody to help her. So I put it out on the internet that she needed somebody to help her. He said, I just am so tired of these people. I hire them to do this stuff and they won't do anything I want them to do. They only do what they want to do. And I said, that's what you hire people to do what they don't want to do, that you don't want to do. Let them do what they want to do and they like to do, that you don't want to do. Don't hire somebody to do a specific job for you, because all they're going to do is fight you to prove that they know more than you and that they're right and they shouldn't have to do that.
Right. And nobody wants to be controlled.
Everybody wants to be controlled, but in the right way.
Yeah. I love that. Wow, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
that just like went into every pore of my body. Like, wow.
You know, what does that upset that you're having create? Is that what you want to create? What do you want to create? How do you want to be? What's important to you?
Yeah. And it's amazing to me. Not that she wasn't present before, but when you ask somebody a question, it makes them super present.
Yeah.
Yeah. You parented me very well. Thank you.
Good. I'm trying to teach you how to be a good parent.
Yeah. I was like, this changes everything, you know.
Yeah.
You say you treat everybody like you're parenting them in a sense, you know, and it's like, that's what I want to be now.
Good. So be that, because it's way more fun.
Oh, it's so fun. I've always like used the manipulations that you've given me.
Yeah.
And I've always really enjoyed because I never manipulate somebody to make them less. I never manipulate somebody to bring them down or to take one over on them or to necessarily even get what I want for my own purposes. I manipulate so that I can make things greater for me and them. And the one manipulation, let's say something that I did, said something to somebody that you taught me maybe 10 years ago. The results of me saying that one thing 10 years ago are affecting my life in a positive way today. Tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
Exactly.
It's got to be bad for you.
Oh, it's so bad. It's good.
Yeah. But when you have allowance for yourself, what you're doing is you're actually giving yourself permission to be a question, to ask a question, not have to have the right answer. You know, and when you don't have to have an answer, you have a question. It's like you can have all kinds of things changed because that one question will change the whole friggin' world in a heartbeat if you allow it.
It does. I finally see how and why you are so extremely effective.
Good.
Yeah.
You could be that effective too, but probably not. You're just a girl.
Wow. So cool.
It's so cool.
So cool. I don't know. I want to kind of switch gears for a second and talk about the book you wrote, also called The Lady. I know that
Yeah.
you and Kalpana have a telecall coming up about that. I'm really excited for the two of you to get together and talk about The Lady and being a lady. So can you kind of just talk a little bit about how you see being a lady?
Well, first of all, a lady never has to use force to get anything. They always use a question, which opens the door to somebody being willing to give them that. Where most people think they have to use force and they have to use major manipulation to get what they want.
Right.
Not really true.
Right.
And you have to have this place where you're willing to be a lady. And a lady doesn't throw a fit, and a lady doesn't get angry, and a lady doesn't, tell you you're wrong or any of that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They look at you, which is just enough for you to know something's not right.
That's so great. Yeah, but it's like, I mean, you said to me with my stepdaughter, you were like, harsh never works.
No, it never works. I watch people do harsh. I know a lady who's being harsh with her husband because she doesn't think she's working enough to be the millionaire she needs him to be so she can live the life she wants. What? Well, I would be asking, okay, so how can I make enough money to get the life I want? Not how can I get him to make all the money to make my life the way I want it to be?
Are you talking about me?
No.
Okay. I'm like, wait, am I doing that? I don't think I'm doing that. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not the example. I'm
No,
usually
you're not the
sometimes
example.
I'm the example, so.
Sometimes you're the example, but I usually won't do it on a thing I'm having with you at the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, but it's like, it's true
I'm more
though.
of a lady than that.
That's right. It's true though. It's like, gosh, everything that we're taught is about creating through
Judgment,
harshness, judgment. Yeah.
anger,
Or
rage,
anger.
fury, hate.
If you're
Yeah.
Canadian, like I was raised, passive aggressive.
Yeah. Well, you think that's better, try Czechoslovakian. That's really passive aggressive.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I've not been there. I'm
Czech
excited.
girls will really put the make on you to do it their way they want it to be,
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah.
So you are really inviting people to a very subtle,
I'm inviting them to have a life that can be done with subtlety and elegance, not force and violence. It's like I love watching this program 2020 because it's always about these people who get into relationships and then get killed because they weren't willing to divorce the person. What? Just leave, This person is not really working and not doing that much. Why the hell don't you just leave? Why do you stick around?
totally.
And then they find their bodies 6 years later, 5 years later or something, and it's, been put in a barrel in the backyard someplace. It's like, people are just crazy.
Yeah.
If your relationship doesn't work, leave.
Yeah. That's a metaphor for a whole lot of things.
Yep, for everything.
Yeah, for everything. Somebody's asking, is the lady book only for ladies or can a man read it?
Man should read it so he knows what he's getting when he has a lady show up in his life. Because if you have a lady show up in your life, you don't want to lose her.
Wow. That's neat. Yeah, to kind of start, if you read that book, it'll start the need and tug for that energy. to
Yeah,
come
well,
into
you
your
start to
world.
realize what you really want to create with, and what kind of creationship you want, not what kind of relationship you want. So many people try to do a particular relationship, but it's actually what they really want is a creationship, where the two of you are working together to create something greater. And few
Right.
people have that. I mean, I had this wonderful old lady that was a friend of mine, and she was the one who gave me the principles of allowance, of
Right.
relationship. It's like
Right.
the 5 elements of intimacy. And it's like she told me that her husband said to her at one point, "Okay, Mary, this subject is no longer open for discussion." Because she wanted to discuss it all the time to show him that he was wrong and she was right.
Hmm.
And he would just say, "This is no longer up for discussion." And
Right.
she would shut down. But she was enough of a lady to know not to fight him, but to work with him to create something greater. And she loved him because he would make sure that her car was full of gas before she went out. He never put her in a car that was empty.
Sweet.
He always made sure she had gas. He would climb up, when he was in his 80s, he was climbing up ladders to change light bulbs.
Wow.
And she wouldn't let him, because if he fell, he'd been, a basket case forever. So she says, "No, you're not doing that. I'm going to get the super to take care of this." And she would do that, and they worked with each other. He would ask her to go out to dinner with him and say, "Okay, please don't talk about your metaphysical stuff with these people. They're not that kind of people." So she wouldn't.
Right.
She would honor what his request was. And he would go out to dinner with her metaphysical friends and let them talk about metaphysics.
Wow.
That's a creationship, not a relationship. And in reality, that's what you want, folks. You don't want a relationship.
That is so beautiful.
Isn't it? Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you, Gary.
Thank you. It was great fun, Julia. You're good at this.
Thank you, Gary.
You have found a new calling.
Thank you. When I was a little girl, I watched Oprah every single day after school. And I was like, I want to interview people like Oprah does.
Good. You're doing a good job. Well done.
Awesome. Thanks, Gary.
Thanks,
Awesome.
dear one. Take care.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. That was our Gary. And soon we're going to have our Dain. It's a very exciting day. So I just want to reiterate Gary's book, The Gift of Allowance, is available in English, German, and Spanish. It's a relatively new book, so I'm sure more languages will be coming soon. But wow, what a book and what a journey it is. And I want to let you guys know that Access Consciousness Publishing did a sale today for all of us who are on this event, and it is in celebration of International Book Day. And so basically what they're doing is giving 10% off during the event, and so it's at acpublishing.com. And when you go to pay, you just put in the coupon code BOOKDAY, and you get 10% off all of your books through ACP. So, and also if you order 10 or more books, even if they're mix and match, you get 50% off. So it's a pretty cool deal. All right. So without further ado, we have Dr. Dain. Welcome, Dain.
Speaking of cool deals, hi, Julia.
Hey.
How you
What's
doing?
going on?
Hi. Hi, everybody around the world. I hope you know what books are. There you go.
I do too.
That
That would be really a good thing on book day.
Yeah, exactly. I have wildlife in the background that you may be contributing to our conversation today.
All right. Are they like wild peacocks?
Yeah, well, as wild as a domesticated peacock can be.
Right.
They're chubby, happy peacocks. Let's put it that way.
Cool. That's awesome. So today I've talked to you about quite a few of your books. I've never had a conversation with you about how you wrote children's books. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Well, here's an interesting thing that I've noticed. A lot of people, whatever career or whatever they're looking at, they often think that there was something that a person had from childhood that they then built upon or something, so they can't do it. That is rubbish.
Right.
And the way the first children's book came about was my friend Justine, who we work with, she was pregnant. And I tapped into this little creature and I wrote her this text, and it was actually to the baby, and makes me cry just thinking about it. It was so beautiful. And it's basically the text that is in the Baby Unicorn Manifesto. And it's interesting to put manifesto in a children's book, because you usually think of people with their rant on the nature of reality, but in a sense it kind of is. It's like here's a world of possibilities you are stepping into. We will be here for you. We will have your back, and all you have to do is choose and know that no choice is wrong. And seeing and acknowledging, it's an interesting thing, because in writing that, I tapped into the being and acknowledged the beauty of the being that I saw, that I perceived. And I wanted to put that into words. And so I did. And then I thought, and I and several other people were like, every child around the world needs to hear this. And so we chose to make a children's book. And then you add Katarina Wallentin, who is a project manager and leader and force of nature of magnitude. And, and we went through several illustrators, and there was one that was kind of like, no, it didn't have enough liveliness, so we went through several, and one I hit and I just went, yep, definitely her. Mm-hmm. And so it's all of these books are co-creative efforts with a lot of people. We often get credit as the author, and I'm grateful for that. And I also want to acknowledge that it takes a village to actually get a book out there. It doesn't have to, but I find it's a very rich experience when it does.
Yeah, it definitely, it does take a village, and there is something really special. I mean, I have the Baby Dragon book here, and I won't give too much away, but I just I feel like a kindergarten teacher right now. But the illustrations are really powerful, and they really match the energy of the words in the book. I'm going to read this page. This was the page I was looking for, and of course I opened right up to the page I wanted to read. So it says, "And then the ashes turn into thousands upon thousands of fireflies. They dance around the baby dragon, tickling, teasing, and suddenly the baby dragon's wings fold out from its back, wide and shimmering. 'I have wings,' it says. 'I have wings.'" And look at the energy and the glowing in the illustration. But it's like God, it's like there's 1,000 words, there's universes in just what I just read, and they're healing, nourishing, nurturing universes that we all needed as kids. And the kids who get this book as kids are very lucky, and we get it as adults, and it heals us too. But it's really quite a different children's book, because it's very energetically healing.
That. And what's interesting is, so the Baby Unicorn Manifesto was about the acknowledgement that this child is bringing beauty and magic into the world. Now, the interesting part is the child that I wrote it for. There's another interesting thing about the child that I wrote it for. It's like every time she sees me, she's just like, Dain, and she's so excited. It's so adorable. And I adore this kid. But she actually turned out to be much more of a baby dragon than a baby unicorn. Right. And so the book was written from, what is the gift in that too? And so, there are certain kids that just want to light the world on fire. They want to breathe fire out of their mouth and set everything on fire, but we're so conditioned to make that wrong. But what if we look from a different perspective? What's the gift? What's the power underneath it? And how do we, from a very young age, allow these kids to not have to shut it off or shut it down, which is exactly that passage that you mentioned, where the baby dragon has it's so fucking cute, this book. Oh my God. And so is this, all of them are. They're amazing. But the baby dragon is just like started to use a little bit of its fire and set stuff on fire, right? And they turn into ashes, and the baby's like, did I do that? Oh shit. And it doesn't say, oh shit. I added that. That was an adult thing for a children's book. And then, as the story progresses, the ashes turn into these sparkles. And then that's when the baby dragon gets its wings. And it really is from this place of the desire to acknowledge the uniqueness of each being, starting at a very young age. But like you said, reading these books as adults, it's like, it's actually healing, because we realize what we should have been told, and we realize that there is that voice in the world that is speaking to us, that is contributing to us, that is acknowledging us, and we can heal from that. We can heal our inner children, let's say, and also have a good time along the way, because it's so beautiful and it's so energetically congruent.
Totally. That's so neat. It's fascinating to me how many different ways of healing ourselves there are. I mean, in a way, that's kind of your life's work. Like you're like, you have the body whispering book, and that is so healing with your relationship with your body. And it's more even than what I can just fit into the word healing. It's something else too. But, and then, you have the ESB work and the SOP, and that's another level of healing for your being. And I'm just kind of dawning on me like that, just how endless it is, and how many opportunities and possibilities we have to change our lives and change the things that are really hard and ugly and shameful. And there are ways of doing that.
Yeah. And there are so many. And also the thing embodied with and or beyond that is to embrace the beautiful, because we spend so much time on trying to heal what we think is wrong or what we've decided is wrong. And such a huge amount of the time, it's an acknowledgement that it's not wrong. You're just different. You look through different eyes. And that alone becomes something that, because anytime we acknowledge our being, we grow in that, and we become more of that, and we get out of wrongness, and we have a sense of communion with everything, because that's our natural state. So all of these books create a space where you can access more of what you truly are. And even when you're talking about it, for me, the sense, like, even if you try to say it's healing, it's like you said, it's more than that. Right. And I think one of the marks of a great book is when you can't put into words, what did you get from it? Or what will somebody else get from it? And people are always trying to go, I got this and you'll get this. And there's a certain space for that. But when it's something that touches you on a really deep, really, really fundamental level, you can't express that to someone else, because it's not about the words, and the words don't translate. And so and the very first book I wrote was called Embodiment, the manual you should have been given when you were born. And it was so cool, because I'd been doing a lot of work with bodies, because, as you know, I do this energetic work, and I'd been doing a lot. And there was this sort of large period of discovery before choosing to write the book of, there were so many things that became so plainly available to the people that were taking my classes. I wanted people outside of the classes to be able to have access to it. And so I wrote Embodiment, the the man you should have been given when you were born. And I'm laughing because, so I I still remember this. We were in Australia. We had the books printed and the first box arrives, right? And I'm so excited. My first book, it's published. It's written. It was actually my second book. I actually wrote a book that I just put together with binding back when I was in chiropractic school. But this is a real book, okay? And I get this thing and I look at the back cover and it's got me naked with a palm leaf, because I had basically on a dare, I had done this strip tease and was here naked behind a palm leaf, and this picture was taken. That's the picture that Gary and Simone decided I should have on it for my headshot. I was like, it looks more like would you like to give me headshot? But okay, that's fine. That's a different way of, and it was so wonderful because it took all the significance away of everything. I mean, you can't have that picture on the back of a book and make yourself significant. And nobody else can make you significant. They can do a lot of judgment or lust, either one, that's fine. But it was so interesting. What a gift to have that be there on my first book. And then after that, I wasn't able to make any of the books significant. And what it did was it created a place where I could receive more the gift that the book was, and not try to structure myself like, I have done something good, so now I must pretend to be this. I was just like, hey, I'm me. I might be naked on the next cover. I don't know. Nice to see you, But it's been an amazing gift because the desire with the books is to contribute something to people, because we have these conversations in classes, and based on what's going on for everybody, or whatever the class is, where a different subject will come up, and we can't necessarily go on the deep dive. But if we take a thread from here and a thread from here and a thread from here, plus our own awareness and the conversations we've had with people, we can put that all together in a book in a way that somebody can follow it from start to finish and get a transformation, which is what the books are really about.
Yeah. I've going back to the baby unicorn manifesto and dragon and stardust. Sorry, my words are not good right now.
Oh, I understand, sister.
I was there with you. So
we haven't even talked about stardust yet.
But Pragya is saying, this is cool. This is an acknowledgement of what you just said about you can't even put it into words. She said, my 4-year-old nephew loved Baby Dragon and drew and colored dragons for days. He slept with the book for a long time.
Wow. That is an acknowledgement. That's so cool.
Wow. That is so cool. And that's the thing, there's no way to put that into words.
Truly. And I think it was Emerson that there's a long quote, but in it is about having the respect and admiration of children is one of the greatest elements of success. And I have that in my point of view also. It's like, if kids like you, you're probably a pretty cool person. Like, if they naturally gravitate toward you and they feel safe around you and not judged, and they want more of your presence, that's one of the indications that you're headed, from my point of view at least, and feel free to anybody have your own, but from my point of view, that's one of the acknowledgments that you're heading in the direction of more possibilities and more of what a being is, because kids don't put up with bullshit. We teach them how to, and so they naturally gravitate toward see words. They gravitate toward. Yeah. Hey, what are you doing? I'm gravitating. What are you doing? Trying to figure out what you're doing. Okay. And put it into one word. Okay. They naturally gravitate toward someone who is not in judgment of them and has a level of caring and kindness for them. And they just like them, and I feel so blessed. It's like I love interacting with kids around the world, and I love interacting with kids in access classes where they just, it's like you can tell that they have a sense that somebody sees them. Because when I look at a kid, I don't do what most adults do. I look at the being and I acknowledge the small body. But what I also do is there's this way, and I want to say this for anybody who might acknowledge they can do it too. And what I do is I acknowledge your being, but I acknowledge it with the space of the awareness of this reality in this world, how it looks and the structure of it, and probably how their parents view it, because I can get a bit of a sense of that, but I don't focus on it. But then I acknowledge them as a being and acknowledge that they can manipulate all this and they can choose to create from a different space than any other being in the universe knows is possible, because they truly are a unique creature. And I be that with them every time I'm around them. I be that with them. And I say I be that because it's just something I'm being at the time. But we all can if we wouldn't try to put them in the boxes that, and that's really what the books are about also, is here's an acknowledgement of your being. By the way, if you happen to be a little different here, you're still not wrong. You are miraculous too.
Right. Whew. That was how so the first book that I ever, it was actually kind of my first introduction to Access, was in 2011, right when Being You, Changing the World came out. And I ordered the book right away, and it was rural Canada, so it took like 2-3 weeks to arrive. It was treacherous.
2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
You're like, let's see, we got electricity, and then I got my Being You book. Just kidding.
Yeah, kind of. And I got this book, and I started reading it. It was like eating candy. I was like, whoa, I just want to eat more and more and more and more candy, because it was that set of tools, and I'd never. I had been all through high school. When I was in the 7th grade, my mom was reading The Power of Your Subconscious Mind. And I was like, that's so cool. But I didn't want the other kids at school to like ask me questions about it. I didn't feel like, so I covered it in dinosaur wrapping paper and took it with me to school. And I was reading The Power of Your Subconscious Mind. And it was great, but, so I would use the tools. And one of the tools was, just if you want something, just say it over and over. So I was like, magic, magic, magic. And I would just walk around everywhere I went saying that, using my tool. And then when I came across Being You, it was like, it was a manual almost. It was like the Hogwarts manual of tools, because the other tools that I got from other modalities and books, and Eckhart Tolle sitting on the park bench meditating, and it was like he said that everything we needed to do could be done by breathing, and I'm like,
I could see you walking around, magic, 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 magic. You're like, hello, Julia? What?
That was pretty much.
Totally. Girl, I know the feeling. Exactly. I read all those things too.
Totally.
Oh, goodness.
Totally. And
That's
it's
awesome.
like, yeah, it's like, when is this gonna work? I mean, that was the best thing that I found. So I'm like, come on. And then Being You, Changing the World came into my hands, and I was like, ooh. And I like read it in like a day, or everything.
Yeah.
And I just needed those tools so badly.
Yeah. And also, that's the thing also with, and the Being You book, it's an interesting thing because it was created, the rough sketch of it, if you will, was created from transcripts from energetic synthesis of being classes. And then I had 3 different people I had tried to write it, and they were like, ESB is this, and it's this, and you do this. And I either fell asleep or got angry reading the transcripts of it.
Like
and
a science
then
textbook.
What's that?
Was it like a science textbook?
Yeah,
kind of?
only worse, because there was no science. That would have at least interested me, And I'm like, I cannot be this boring. Please, somebody read this and tell me this is not me being boring. Okay. And yeah. And then I met Katarina Wallentin, who had written a book that was about this teenager that was also a spy. And she had only written the first chapter, but I read it and I went, this conveys energy. I asked her, will you write the ESB book? And she was like, but English is my second language. I'm like, but apparently energy is your first. I'm like, we can work on the grammar. I said, but the way you convey energy. So she took these transcripts. She sent me 20 pages of what are now the note to reader, basically the different tools that are taken out that you can just read those on your own and change your world. And I cried. It was so beautiful. It was like somebody put into words, and most of those words were my words. You know, it was like somebody, whoever that was, but she took it and put it together in such a beautiful way that could be just drunk in, you know, like nectar for your soul, you know?
Exactly.
And I was like, this is what I wanted. And so, unfortunately, I was such a perfectionist that it took a lot longer for that book to get out than it should have. If you're somebody who writes books, get it to good enough and then boot it out the door. Okay. I just got to tell you that from personal experience, but it was so beautiful. And then when we created the whole book, because she and I would go back and forth, we went back and forth for months to create this book. Yeah. And when we put it all together and I read through the whole thing, I read through it in almost one sitting. Took me a little over a day. And I was like, somebody could read this and go from twisted and bent to I'm alive and I'm a gift. And that's what I wanted to create. And boy, did it. And so it's an interest. It's amazing to me how dynamically because if you read great poetry, it conveys such energy and usually in such few words. And this was a way of conveying this magic that I had seen was possible in Access classes, but in words. And something that's basically phenomenally indescribable. Like you read that book and somebody says, what'd you get from it? It's like, well, I'm just different. I just like me more. I'm not wrong. And some of the things people have said, I'm not wrong. I'm not alone. And I know it. And once again, just knowing that there is someone else out there who gets it, someone else out there who gets us is such an amazing gift. And then adding the tools of access so that or a peacock.
They're excited.
That was an exclamation point. That was a peacock exclamation point. But adding the tools of access so that you open up this space of possibility and then simultaneously you clear what doesn't allow you to embody it in the moment and go forward from there.
That's right.
What a gift.
That's exactly what it does. And kind of from every angle, because you talk about the potency. I mean, one chapter is the potency of caring, you know, and you talk about, because when I read that chapter, it's like it was the guide and the license for what I wanted to do and be with people that I didn't know how, because you're basically your friend, I think it was in that chapter, your friend didn't like kind of canceled on a lunch.
Yeah.
And you got mad. And instead of like ignoring them, or what we would probably do now is ghost them or whatever kind of thing, react or just withdraw, you got vulnerable and you were like, it hurts because I value you and I value this. And that's how I wanted to be, but I didn't know how. Nobody ever gave me that as an option. It wasn't something I had thought of. So when it was there, just one chapter of, one topic of 50,000 topics in the book, it's like, oh, I can breathe. I have a way of handling a situation as me that I wanted to handle as me my whole life, but I didn't know how.
That so well put. And it's exactly that. And that theme runs through all of the books. It's like it gives you the awareness of what handling it, depending on the situation in the book. But we talk about this caring chapter, and it gives you the awareness of what's true for you, and then also gives you permission and invitation to handle a situation as you, or live in a particular area of your life as you. But then also it gives you oftentimes the clearing of what's not you. And even in that, just in that moment of everything that I bought that doesn't allow me to recognize that this is caring and this is me, for example. And
Right.
that's paraphrasing, but even in that moment, your awareness goes to all the places of what you bought caring as that it isn't. And just that awareness, it's like, because the thing is, we're not stupid. I know we all think we are, and I know that, we jokingly talk about that, but we're not. We're really friggin' aware. And so that's the other thing the books acknowledge, is that we're aware we're not wrong. We're different. We're not wrong. And here's how you can live it. Here's how you can be it. And the greatest joy in life is getting to actually live as you.
Wow. Yeah, the world needs that.
And we're talking about being you changing the world, by the way, for whoever
Yes.
asked in the comments.
This is what the book looks like. It's a great intro to Access. If you're new, it's a great book to give a friend who maybe is curious. It's a great book to begin, from my point of view. And it's great for those of us who have been doing Access for a long time too, because you get it different every time. So Dain, can you talk about Baby Stardust a little bit and how you developed that?
Yeah, well, that book came about from the awareness. Once again, I was talking with Katarina about creating something that gets kids to have an acknowledgement that the earth is a gift. And so they will start from a very young age knowing it and making this beautiful planet their home. And, that's not something almost any of us were taught. And if we have it now, it's because we've demanded that we become aware of it on our own. And so the Baby Stardust is it also is its magical journey about how, out in the universe, there's nothing, and then there's a spark, and supernovas and such, and how the earth is made up of everything that came from the stars and the rest of the universe. And that what the earth requires is this spark to be alive. And the end of the book, I don't know if it's a spoiler alert if you tell the end of a children's book, but the beautiful, you have to get to the very last page, and it says, let me tell you a secret, dear reader, that spark is you. And that's what our kids are. They are this spark that has the capacity to bring a different liveliness to our planet. And what we're doing is going to be handed to them. Now, what I see when I see kids who come to Access is I see they are fully capable of it. They're fully capable of taking the mantle and creating something different. We just need to give them the tools and the encouragement and stop trying to make them as stupid as we were made by our parents.
Exactly. Whew. Wow. Huh. Words.
Those damn words.
Oh, words. Wow, Dain. Gosh, it's just, I don't know, something is changing with the earth. I don't know, maybe it's always been like that, but maybe it's just something I'm looking at differently. But I don't know if I'm supposed to get political on here, but oh well. I was watching Kennedy's Earth Day event yesterday, and just the things they were talking about how when we are stewards of the earth, when we look after the earth, how we win as humanity, and how when we dishonor the earth, we're actually shaming ourselves. I thought that was very cool to be heard on a political platform. I was bawling for pretty much the entire thing, because I was like, we've been asking for somebody who actually cares about the earth to be in politics. And, the whole thing, it was about just honoring ourselves by honoring the earth. And so I'm really glad that there is a children's book to sort of light that spark. And because for me growing up, I cared about the earth, but I was like, I am going to recycle, and I am going to, raise money for the kids in Africa so that they can build a well for water, or, that was the only thing that I knew how to do. But, and which was great, but it's like there's an energetic receiving from the earth that, maybe if a kid reads the Baby Stardust, it will open that door for them to have that energetic gifting and receiving with the earth.
That's actually far more vital than recycling.
Mm-hmm.
And I get, your point. It's like these were the only tools I had. I have this desire. How do I actualize it in a way that I know is actually possible? And I think that's one of the other things is we see things that are a step in the direction, but it's such a tiny step that it's going to take so many billions of those steps. And it really doesn't, and once again, recycling is great. But what we need to recycle and undo is our judgments,
Right.
and you mentioned the receiving from the earth, which is one thing, and may I say that it's the way that we be with the earth that transforms everything. And as you're speaking about right now, there is something different. The fact that Kennedy can have that conversation running for office, and how many of us seekers out there are going, hell yeah, I would so like someone in office that actually it isn't about being conservative or liberal. It's about us as a planet and a country and a people, as us as people, us as a country, us as a planet, and none of those are excluded in it. And also who has brilliant actualizable ideas for how to do these things, because he's done it. He cleaned up the pollution in the Hudson River that was killing it, and several others, rivers, lakes, oceans around the world, with organizations he started. And I hope y'all realize this is not political from me. There's actually somebody who has solutions that make it, once again, and here's the part, that make it greater for everybody. That also give us a sustainable living earth, because unless we change what the fuck we're doing, we're not going to have a sustainable living earth. Hence the Baby Stardust Manifesto, which is about starting children with the awareness that they and the earth are magical, and the earth requires their magic if it's going to keep going and being able to be the magic that it is. And one of the things we love about kids is they still believe in magic, and they still believe in miracles, and they think everything should be that way, and then it doesn't show up that way, and then they get disappointed, and then they feel like something must be wrong, and then they feel like the wrong thing must be them, except it very seldom is.
Exactly. Wow, that's so great. Yeah, and I liked what you said too about, like, it's not political. Like, let's clean up the river and let's honor the earth for the Republicans, for the Democrats, for everybody. Let's do it for all of them. They're all included. We're all included,
Totally. And how could you not want to undo the pollution? How could you, unless you are somebody who believes that you're going to make more money from either something you have a share in or something you own, or something like that. Those are the only people who don't want to clean up all the pollution. But the other thing that is shown, and I'm actually glad we're having this conversation. I know that theoretically this is about books, but it actually is. But it's because all of these things are included in our lives. It's like, if you don't have clean drinking water, you're not going to be very interested in reading a book. You know what I'm saying? Sorry.
Right.
It's like, hello, and so who would not get behind that except the people that believe that there will be less in their pocket or less money in their pocket. Except one of the things that he has shown is, before cleaning up, I think it was the Hudson River, before cleaning up the Hudson River, the fisheries were dying. People were getting sick if they would eat the fish. And it was only the quote unquote poor people who would fish there and eat the fish and get sick. After cleaning up the river, they have one of the most thriving fishing industries of anywhere in the United States, which means, and all the companies that had to clean up stuff, they had to pay money. They had to change their way of functioning, but they didn't go out of business. They're doing better now.
Who
This is
lost?
better for all of us.
Totally. Nobody lost. Every
No.
single party won.
Yes.
Wow.
And on a side note, there are lots of books available as audiobooks. There you go. I just saw that comment, so I wanted to acknowledge that. And also the
Thank
Being
you.
You book. If you go to beingyoubook.com, there's a download that's about 55 minutes long of me reading the intro and first chapter. Please go get that and just put it on in the background of whatever you're doing. It will lighten things up. I used to do that. I would walk into a meeting, or I'd walk into an intro night, especially, where back in the day, it was like there was a lot of people doing a lot of holding on to, like sitting there going, and so it took a while for me to acknowledge to them, I'm not here trying to change you. I'm not trying to take anything. I'm here to try to contribute to you. And what would happen is I would play the Being You book really low while I was up on stage, and it created this energy of like this universe on my back. And that is embodied in it, but that's part of the beauty of the entire book. It's such an acknowledgement of you, as is the Baby Unicorn Manifesto, the Baby Dragon Manifesto, and the Baby Stardust Manifesto. Like they're an acknowledgement for kids. Plus they're fun to read. Oh, one of the things about the Baby Unicorn Manifesto, somebody that used to work with us, she had the books on her dining room, or her living room table.
Coffee table?
Coffee table. Thank you. Good. I don't drink coffee, so I don't have a table for that. She had them on her coffee table, and her teenage sons would come in and they would have their friends with them, and they would literally read this book out loud to each other. How freaking cool is that?
Crazy. That's so
Isn't that
great.
awesome?
Yes.
So good. That's another acknowledgement of these things.
Totally. It really is. So we have some questions in the comments about what are these books. So as Dain just said, there are 3 books. I don't have the other 2 because I went to go get them, but I realized Anthony gave them to a little kid. So I was like, damn it, not damn it. Yeah. So, but so the first book is called The Baby Unicorn Manifesto. The second book, which I have right here, is called The Baby Dragon Manifesto. And the third book, the one Dain was talking about with the Earth, is called The Baby Stardust Manifesto. So we refer to them as the Baby Unicorn Manifesto trilogy. What do we call them?
Manifestobooks.com, babe.
Manifestobooks.com. There you have it.
And go check them out.
Words.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they're also translated in 15 languages. The kids' books.
Yeah.
The Baby Unicorn, and I can't
Because
say it.
people have kids all around the world.
They do.
They want to, make their lives and jobs a little easier. One of the other things is there was a lady who had, I think her kid was like 4 years old, and every time she would get upset, they started having this thing together, which I think is so friggin' cute and adorable and just awesome. Where what started happening is her daughter got really upset, like inconsolable in the way little kids do sometimes,
Mm-hmm.
And so her mom could not figure out anything to do. So she just started reading the book out loud, basically at her daughter, and her daughter immediately calmed down. And so next time her daughter got upset, but not quite that upset, thank goodness, she started reading it at her daughter, and her daughter calmed down. That happened 3 or 4 times. And what would happen then, if they were at home, the daughter, once she started noticing herself getting upset, she would say, "Mommy, read the dragon book," you know? And so she would sit with her mom, and her mom would read the dragon book. And she said you could feel her body totally relax. Or sorry, the unicorn book.
Yeah.
And she said you could feel her body totally relax. I'm like, wow, that's what occurs when we get our being acknowledged. That's what occurs when something is there that actually acknowledges us underneath the drama we happen to be choosing.
That's the word that I wanted before. That was a little bit greater than healing. It's having your being acknowledged.
Yep. You see the peacocks?
Aw.
Got all 3 of them. Hi, guys.
Hello to my friends.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being on today, Dain.
Thank you. This has been fun. And I agree with Gary. You are great at this. This is really cool.
Thanks, Dain. It's wonderful. And it's like, I have all of the, there's just, this is just some of the Access Consciousness books. And they're just so, everyone, I was saying earlier, we had Susanna talking about pragmatic psychology and how she applies it there, and Marylin Bradford with Right Recovery and how she applies it there, and everybody applies it so different, and there's just so many ways we can take that in and change our lives from all these different books.
And that's really why we wrote them. A lot of people think you write books to make money. I've never had that point of view.
No.
For me, it's always been that gifting people a new lens to look through, but in a way that they can have with them, refer back to, and be nurtured by and contributed to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Julia. This was fun.
Right. Awesome. How does it get better? Thanks, Dain.
Exactly. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, so fun getting to talk to Dain. I hope you guys enjoyed that as much as I did. And now I'm really excited to bring on the amazing people who actually run our publishing company, Access Consciousness Publishing. We have Becky Van Ez and John Wheeler here with us. So thank you guys so much for coming on to talk to us today.
Hello. Look, we even matched. We matched.
I know. We didn't even talk to each other.
You guys did psychic outfit coordination. I love this.
Tell me you work together without telling me you work together.
Yeah.
Wear the same colors without talking.
Exactly. Totally. Oh my gosh. Me either. I'm like, where are my words? Yeah. So thank you guys for coming on. And this is our third international book day event, third annual International Book Day event. And this is the first time that we have had Access Consciousness Publishing come to talk to us. So I'm very excited and grateful that you guys were able to be here. But I kind of just wanted to get a little bit of sort of the action of Access Consciousness Publishing. You guys work with a lot of authors. You guys read a lot of manuscripts. You work to create a lot of books. The editing process, the creating the covers, illustrations, all kinds of different things. In fact, I'm publishing a book, and you guys are so fun to work with creating the book. So I love you guys for that. But can you guys just talk a little bit about how Access Consciousness Publishing came to be, how it works, and what you guys are trying to create in the world?
Wow.
Well,
you want to go with that one?
I can talk about, sure. I can start a little bit about how it started or what's the purpose, because so Becky and I just started working with ACP last year.
A year ago. Yeah.
A year
Yeah.
ago. Okay.
It's flown by.
Yeah. Before that, it was Christine and Grace, and there were some ladies before them, and it just continues to go. And I remember when we first came on, I was asking Grace, like, what was Gary aware of with ACP? Like, where did this come from? Why do we have Access Consciousness Publishing?
Oh, I can't wait to hear the answer to this.
And from what I can recall, the biggest part was that they have all these tools, right? You have all these classes, you have all these tools, and they looked at writing books and how to get the tools into more hands. And so they have the books. And Gary, to this day, I still hear him in classes say, and like Dain even just mentioned too, we don't do the books for the money. We do the books for the tools. It's a different way to get a tool in your hand. And for a lot of people, I've always looked at, if you can't afford necessarily classes all the time, start with the books. They're an affordable way to get the access tools.
Yep.
Use the tools that you read about and then create the classes. I know Becky always talks about too, like the free tools that Access has created. Like Dain has the Dwarf Consciousness series, and there's all these different tools. And that's actually where Becky, I know I've heard her story of how she found Access and created classes, was the free tools. So the idea with the books is to get it into people's hands. It's to get the tools out there in a different way than just come to a 3-day class, come sit and let us talk with you, have a conversation. And quite honestly, the tools of Access are something that needs to be studied.
Agree 100%, John.
If you just go to a class once, do you really get it? And that's why we have manuals, because Gary used to realize people would come to a class, he would talk, they would write their own notes, he would look at them, and he found, like, in the early classes, they might get like 20% of what he said. Then the next level class, they might get 20 to 30%, and then they might get 30 to 40, but no one ever truly got everything that was said in the class. So over the years, they've created the books as a means to focus on specific subjects. So like, I know you talked with Gary about the gift of allowance. Allowance is one of the foundational tools of Access that's been there from the beginning.
But everybody can hear it now differently.
And now everyone can hear it in the book.
Wow.
And then we're all like, Gary, you're so smart.
He's like, I've been trying to tell you this for 30 years, but okay. Glad I'm in vogue.
And I know too, like, one of the things I loved is the Living Beyond Distraction book. And then you have the Distractor Implant calls. So I listened to the calls to be a certified facilitator. And then I did a book club. And when I did the book club, I read the chapter and listened to the call that went with the chapter. I heard different things from the telecalls.
Yeah.
From reading the book. And I was like, wait, my ears get one thing and my eyes get another. So part of the history and the idea behind ACP is that it's to get you information in a way that maybe if you can't hear it, maybe you can read it.
I love that.
And I just like, personally, the tangible book.
It's wonderful to have a book.
Because I can take notes, and I'm one of those bad people who writes in the books.
Totally.
I was told once that that's dishonoring of the author, but I know the authors who write these books would like you to study the tools.
Totally. My husband and I share the books, and we're both Access Consciousness facilitators. And so he writes notes all over the books. And so I go through and read the books or reread the books, and I get to see his notes, and they're like hilarious. Like he like circles and he's like, that's me. Or like, like kaboom, like he puts sound effects in the books when he's like, it's profound. So I think it's very fun to write in books too. So.
Yeah. And I love the different, well, Access Consciousness has different specialties. And then we have like the books, right? Recovery for You, if you've been on here, and Shannon, talk to the entities. Well, for me, each one usually has a lot of the basic Access Consciousness tools in it, but the voice is different. Like it comes out in a different way into the world. Like I got it differently with the joy of business and the different, voice. It's just really, for me, like it has a different voice than just maybe taking a foundation or taking a bars class. It's just, so unique. And so having all the books. And like what John said, I personally am very ADHD, and I'll get a book and then I'm upset at myself because I haven't read the whole thing. So now I usually have like the books in like all format. Like I'll have the paperback so I can, and then I have my headphones in and the ebook, and I'm listening to it. And the ebooks now will actually read the book to you with the audio. It's the best thing.
I didn't know that. That is very cool.
So I actually read the book and it like reads it to me on Kindle. So like there's so many different ways. If you're one of those people that like buy the books because you like having them, and I think they do contribute to you because, I'll pick it up in one and I'll just look at a page. But now, I have different ways of, for me, like getting the books, listening, reading, picking them up. There's, so many different ways to have it. So, yeah.
That's amazing. So I just wanted to mention again I have two things. I want to talk about publishing books through Access Publishing. And I wanted to talk about the sale that we have on today of 10% off. So I've mentioned it quite a few times, but
you did.
I know that not all of you are here the whole day. So there's actually two things that are possible. Well, there's many things, but people can order directly from Access Consciousness Publishing, and the website is acpublishing.com. And for today, everybody gets 10% off during the event.
They do.
And the coupon code is book day.
Yes.
And so that's very exciting. But people also can like mix and match books and still get 50% off if you order 10 or more, which is insane. You always have to like have the same book, 10 of them, to order wholesale, not like a mix and match for wholesale. So that's very cool.
Yeah. Well, and our website is fairly new, and we've been working on it, for quite some time. And if everyone's like, well, I go to Access Consciousness website to get books. Well, technically it's still kind of the same. You're still ordering from us, like ACP for short, Access Consciousness Publishing, handles all the books. Like we get the orders, then they come to us. So, if you're like, well, I like ordering it from one place, you're still getting it from the same place, technically, right? Yeah. So you don't have to feel bad. Just with ACP, we've kind of streamlined a lot of different things, thank goodness, now with technology. And we're able to, like add coupons for you guys, like we did today for this amazing day. And for all you guys listening, because you might have heard an author that you didn't hear before and you're like, I would like to have that book. So if you've been waiting, today's the day. So we do have our website. We're still working out a few glitches on it. So don't give up on us. You can, always email us if you have any questions as well. Like I said, it's fairly new.
That's exciting now.
But it's up and running, and it's reaching the world differently, which we're really excited about.
Yeah, it's very exciting. In our last couple of minutes, I just, one thing that Gary always has said in his classes is write a book. Each of you have a story and it makes you an authority in the world. Write a book. It doesn't even have to be a good book. And so, can you just talk a little bit just briefly about publishing a book through Access Publishing?
Yeah, well, on our website, there's also a place if you're interested in becoming a published author. And we have a tagline of like, what would your book say to the world? Which is so cool because everyone, you're like, oh, I can't do that. But everyone has such a unique, amazing voice, just like we were talking about earlier, that actually people are interested in. So there's a form you can fill out. If you're even like, I haven't even done anything yet, I'm thinking about it, I have an idea. We work with a lot of amazing people. We have even ghostwriters. We have different, there's so many different possibilities to become an author. We have a great team. So we're always happy to have a quick create call with you. Maybe, give you some great tools, give you some advice, or if you're ready, there's a spot where you can upload your manuscript and we'll look at it. And actually, Grace Douglas reads every single, and Julia knows this, every single manuscript. And so does John. I tend to skim through them because it's a lot.
I love your honesty. It's like, it's like, I love when people be themselves.
Maybe turn the manuscripts into audio form. Then Becky will read them.
then I'll listen. Then I'll listen.
Well,
So,
and I would say too, because I know there are people who have submitted books who people submit and they're like, where is it? What are you doing with my book? Where are you at with this? And it goes back to what Becky just said too, which is we want to be present with each of the books that's submitted. We want to read the book that's submitted, and then we want to be with the author. And that's something with us coming on that Grace was really, really clear about now is she wants to be involved in the creative process and to support the authors. She doesn't want it to be, here's my book, I'm done, publish it, and then there's no more engagement or communication. Because ACP in the beginning was Gary and Dain books. It's no longer just Gary and Dain. Gary and Dain and Grace have had conversations, and they want to include more people. They want it to, again, get the tools out. The goal is to get the tools out there. And Gary and Dain have their way with the tools. Simone has her way with the tools. Susanna, Shannon, Anne, Marylin, all the people that you're hearing from today with Julia, they all have their own way with the tools. What's your way? Would be my question.
yeah.
Thank you. That's beautiful, John. Well, thank you guys so much for coming on and just, inviting the world to ACP and just being that amazing resource where people can order the books, buy the books. If you like 10 books today, order 10 books at 50% off. And that sale is not just for today. The 10% is just for today, but that sale is anytime. So what I love too is if you're a bars facilitator or a certified facilitator, even if you are somebody who loves the books and maybe has a lot of friends who would buy books, or you do a weekly bars trade or a monthly bars trade, order them at 50% off and sell them retail. You could actually start a business just with the Access Consciousness books and the format and the infrastructure that you guys have laid really makes that possible as a viable business. So
easy,
and easy, And Chutisa says delivery is fast. So
delivery is fast. Well, I don't know to everywhere, but we're working on it.
I was going to say it could be quick some places and slower with some other countries.
But I think that's normal for
It is normal,
packages.
and just like it sounds really complicated because AC Publishing is one company, but we actually have 3 countries that do handle all of our printing, which is the US, UK, and then
Australia.
And Australia just handles Australia because Australia is Australia looks little on a map, but Australia is very big. I'm just saying. So we do try to make it quick and as painless as possible, and we're there to support you guys from publishing to getting the books in your hands. And like Julia mentioned, you can get the 50% off, sell them for the retail price and make some extra cash. And when I came into Access, it was created specifically for certified facilitators only. And that is something that has changed over the years. That 50% for 10 or more, and it's mix and match. That's for anyone out there who's listening to this or who you share it with who would like to get these books in their hands. So if there's a bunch of books that you've been waiting to buy 10 of them at the same time and you get the discount.
Awesome.
So there you go.
That's great. Thank you so much, John and Becky. You guys are
You're
the best.
welcome.
Awesome.
Have fun.
Thanks. Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right. So we had Access Consciousness Publishing. And now I am so excited to talk to somebody who has worked with Access for over 24 years, I believe, and has been instrumental with bringing Access to all the different places and corners that it is in the world. She is a major force in this area. And she's also one of our Access Consciousness authors. She has written quite a few books, The Joy of Business, Getting Out of Debt Joyfully, Relationship, Are You Sure You Want One? And possibly others. We'll talk about that in a second. But welcome, Simone Milasas.
Hello, Julia.
Hi. Woo! Thanks for coming on today.
Say, man, I just heard that you've been going for 4 hours straight. You're amazing.
I have. Thank you. I'm having so much fun.
I adore you. You are you're amazing. Thank you for being you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's, it's like, I'm just so grateful every day to have the life and the tools that I have. And, and so much of that is just been access, these access tools. And so much of what I've learned, I've actually learned from the books. That's where I started with access. I didn't know much about access, and I was like, let me order some books, and I read them, and I was just amazed with how much I could change my life just from these books.
I agree. And I'm going to do Snap because I've got that book here too.
Seriously.
Yeah.
So
play Snap, see who's got all the books. No.
This is your test. So Simone, what books have you? Did I miss one, or was it The Joy of Business?
I love
Getting
you.
Out of Debt Joyfully?
No, here's what I'm going to acknowledge is you're
Tell me.
probably very aware because I'm currently working on 2 books that are not released, right?
That's what it was.
So this is my first book, Joy of Business, so which I think is in 18 languages now. This is my second book, Getting Out of Debt Joyfully. So, and they're all really, I'm going to say, without like close to my heart in the way of like, there's got some really vulnerable stories in both of those books of all the different things that I chose and how I used the tools and where I got to. And then this one, which is I think the one that you wanted me to talk about today, is Relationship, Are You Sure You Want One? And I snapped and I and I wrote that with my ex, Brendan Watt, which I think is I think it comes with a bit of a funny story, right? So basically we were together in a relationship for 8 years, and we would not have been in a relationship for 8 years if it wasn't for Gary Douglas and the Access Consciousness tools. Like every time we hit a crunchy spot, we were smart enough to, one of us or both of us would be like, Gary, and we'd call him and talk to him and he'd go blah, blah, blah. And can I say 90% of the tools that he gave me, I did not want to choose. I was like, I don't want to do that. Like, I distinctly remember this one time, and if you need to run off to the bathroom, you can.
Yeah, I texted Simone. I said, I might have to go to the loo during your talk because it's been a few
you need
hours.
to go to the restroom. The restroom. So if you go to the restroom, or you need to go to the powder room, then people picture you just powdering your nose. When you say loo, they now picture you on the toilet. Okay, so you're just going to powder your nose real quick. All right.
I do. My nose is powderless, so I have to take care of that.
Yes.
And people are saying translators are having a hard time hearing Simone. I hear Simone great. I wonder what's going on.
Let me check my. I just muted myself. I do not know what else to do. I'll speak slower, maybe.
Oh, maybe that's what it is. Okay.
Wow. Okay. I can speak slower. You should see how I used to speak when I first came along to Access, and then all the translators were like, is she actually speaking English?
Aussie? Was it more Aussie?
Oh yeah. And we shorten everything, and we, and just fast and half sentences. So I think I've come a long way, but I can slow down if you want. So let me know on the little private chat thing there. So let me tell you this story while you quickly go to the powder room.
Okay.
And I can, So there's one. So like I said, my relationship would not have lasted 8 years if it wasn't for Gary Douglas and the Access Consciousness tools. And there's one tool that I remember distinctly. I live across the road from the beach, and I was annoyed at my partner. I have no idea why. It was probably something so little, whatever. I have no idea why. I do not remember that part of the story. But I was walking on the beach, and Gary said to me, he rang me, and he was like, hey, how are you? And I was like, well, blah, 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 and had a little bit of a rant. And he said to me, you need to go home and make everything about him. I was like, what? I was like, no, I don't want to make everything about him. I want everything to be about me, and he was like, I'm telling you, if you walk into the house and you make everything about him, things will change. Now, such a simple thing to say to someone, to suggest to someone, right? And sometimes the access consciousness tools, we make it difficult to choose because we can't control it. It's not what we thought should happen, etc. And I wanted everything to be about me at that moment. And he's telling me to flip it. So I went, okay, I'm just going to give this a shot because this is not fun. Like what I'm in right now is not joyful. So I went home and I walked in the house and I just started making everything about him. And I started asking him questions and just, acknowledging him. And I actually don't even remember exactly what it was I was saying or what I was being with that. But I do remember within, I'm not kidding, 5 minutes, Brendan was like, hey, what would you like me to cook you for dinner tonight? Can I make you a drink? Can I make you a cocktail? Like, can I make, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is working. So I was making everything about him and he flipped it and he started making everything about me. So it's like that whole tool of everything is the opposite of, of what it is. Everything is the opposite of what it appears to be and nothing is the opposite of what it appears to be. And so often with relationships, we try and get our dukes up, like we try and go into fight. I mean, even yesterday I was talking to a friend of mine, and this is a relationship with her daughter, and her daughter is getting all these piercings, etc. Like she's, 16, and she was like, rah, and I said, okay, here's what you should do. And I said, walk into the house, and I said, and just be like, oh my God, where'd you get the piercings? Are you happy? Did it hurt? Oh my, that looks amazing. And she was like, but I don't want to do that. And she's spending her money on this. And then she wants me. And I was like, no. And so we had like a 5-minute conversation of taking the resistance out. Right. And I said, so then the next time she says, can I get money for ice cream? Just go, you know what, at the moment, and it's like, I'm looking at everything I'm spending my money on. And is it creating a greater future? And ice cream's a big no for now. But hey, you might have the money. Like I said, put it back on her because she's spending money on getting, piercings. But let her choose, We had this whole conversation and she went, my God, this is so much easier. And I was like, yeah, well, conflict is designed to create separation. The word relationship means the distance between two things. So do you want to create a relationship, like the distance between two things? Or would you like to have something that is more of a communion, whether that's with your kids, your partner, your friends, etc. And there's a whole lot of access consciousness tools that enable that, like to give up those expectations and the projections that you have of you, of the relationship, and of the other person. So, but the funny story is, Julia, when we released this book, we were in the United States and we had these interviews with, Fox TV in different areas and blah, 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 like all these different things set up with our PR agent, and we'd just broken up. She nearly had a heart attack because she's like, oh my God, we're launching this book and we've got all this media and this TV. And I was like, don't worry about it. We've got this, because the whole idea is it's a question. Relationship, are you sure you want one? And for me, and I know Brandon as well, is we both desired to empower people to be in question and not choose relationship based on a necessity, but choose it because it works for you, So that's what we ended up talking about on all of our media. So,
hey, that's awesome. I mean, it's such a different way of looking at it. And I'm going through a close friend of mine is going through a divorce right now. And so I've been kind of with her through that. We've been spending a lot of time together and running a lot of bars together. And it's interesting because one of the things that she keeps coming up against is just how important marriage is. And somebody assigned her the reality TV show Love is Blind. And It's basically where it's a reality show where they don't see each other. They go into these pods and then they get to know each other without seeing each other. And then they get married, they get engaged before they see each other.
Wow.
And then they walk down the aisle, they do the whole thing. And these are legally binding marriages, although the TV show does pay for $5,000 towards the divorces. But we're watching the show and running bars, and she's like, I don't like this show. This show is making a joke of marriage. And I'm like, but isn't marriage kind of like, do we have to take it so seriously? Can we actually lighten it up? Can it be a choice? And I noticed for me that I'm married, but I don't feel married. And when I take it really seriously, or I try to make the relationship significant, it ends up being very painful. And I usually end up creating conflict with my husband, actually. And when I'm like, just, it's an interesting point of view. It's like, who, every day is different. Some days I don't see him. Some days I do. He travels, I travel. It just feels kind of like friends who have a business relationship, who live together, who have sex, not a marriage. It's actually two totally different energies. So I love that about this book is it takes the heaviness and the significance out of relationship.
Well, I think you also have to look at the history of relationships and, why they were created. I mean, you talk about marriage, and I was brought up a Catholic. So, I went to Catholic school, nuns, the whole bit, right? So marriage is a sacred vow and etc. So I always looked at, if you get married, you stay married, right? So I didn't look at, if you get married, you get divorced. I'm not against divorce or anything, but I was like, well, why would I choose to get married if I have, like, I was always like, I don't get it. For me personally, I don't know what I want to do in 10 years time. So how am I going to look at somebody and say, hey, I want to be with you for the next 50, 60, 70 years, like for the rest of my life? I have no idea what I want to do when I grow up, So it never made sense in my world personally. And I always had this point of view that, what if you could be with somebody and, I don't know, once a year or every 5 years, you sat down and you celebrated, because you were like honoring of each other. It was like, hey, I'm so grateful I've had you this year, or, we've played together. Do we want to go another year? Do we want to tack on some more time? And if not, let's call it, quits and be like, thank you so much. Because for me, it's like so many people end up divorce or, ending their relationship, and it's got all this trauma and drama to it. What if we could change that narrative, so that if you are in a relationship and it's time to call it quits, like, have you done what you were meant to do together? Then maybe move on and create something different. Like, I think we're in a time now, Julia, that you can choose something different. And like I said, if you look at the history of relationships, the history of marriage, I will speak slower, the history of marriage, a lot of it was done to create wealth. Like, I always remember seeing this movie, and, it was, based on hundreds of years ago. And this girl has to marry this, prince or some noble man or something like that. And she's saying, I don't love him. I don't want to be with him. And she was in love with, like, the baker boy,
Right.
And the mother says, look, you have to marry him. And what you do after the marriage is up to you. Basically, go and have a billion affairs, do whatever you want, but you need to marry this man so that we can gain this land, we can gain this wealth. So how many people got married to gain wealth? I mean, look at women. It's not that long that women have been empowered to go out there and be, successful and be able to support themselves, etc. Like, I mean, when did, were women allowed to vote or actually work in corporate world or business world or own businesses or any of that? Like, it's not that long that usually it was about depending on a man. So times have changed, and I think marriage is a choice. I think relationship is a choice. And nowadays I do get, it's not so wrong to be in a relationship, and it's also not wrong to be single. It's like, it is a choice. I mean, there's a hell of a lot of things out there now too, where people have two relationships, or they have a relationship that is more of a threesome, like a throuple, like, and it's happening, like, and people are happy with their choices. And for me, I heard Christopher Hughes say once, and I thought, God, that's so brilliant, is, what if you stop depending on one person for everything? So if you look at it and you go, okay, so I want to depend on this person for how we create ourselves financially, to share everything with, to share a bed with, to share a home with, to have sex with, to be my best friend, like all of these things. That's a lot to put on another person. What if you were like, wow, this person is such a contribution in these areas, and I'm going to actually, there's a billion, billions of people out there. I'm going to find some other people that are a contribution to me in a different way.
I love that. I love that. That is just, there's so much freedom in that. And like, I've noticed that I've had times where, even in the relationship with my stepkids who, I mean, they're kind of more than stepkids because it's not like their mom passed away, you know what I mean? So they were a really big part of my life and such close friends to me. And now that they're growing up and moving out, it's like I'm searching, for that energy in my life, and I wanted to hold on to them and hold on to that. And it's like, no, like, let them fly. And what else would I like to create? How else would I like to live my life? And
Yeah.
I've created all these new things, but at first I wanted to hold on the way that we do. And then as soon as I let go and I started asking, what else can I add to my life? It's like, I don't have that emptiness.
You just pinged something that most people look at, is that define being close to someone means geographically they have to be close, rather than you don't lose your relationship with them. It just changes. And it's like, what can that change bring for you and for them and even for others by choosing that? It's like life is constantly this, pivoting and changing the trajectory and choosing something different and something greater. It's like most of us, I mean, there is so much, mental health stuff in the world. There is so much depression, anxiety, and all of that. If we actually truly let go of everything that we decided we were yesterday and all the definitions that we have of ourselves and all of our relationships, like every single day you woke up and you're like, oh my God, I've got this beautiful, amazing body, this amazing planet, and I get to choose to be me. And you destroy and uncreate your relationships with everybody every single day, then what else could show up? And we try and hang on to this whole structured reality that we've created of, this is my sister, my brother, my lover, my husband, my wife, my stepchild, my aunt, my whatever. And it's like, how many structured realities do we have in that maintain this smaller, finite life, rather than every day just being, wow, how did I get so lucky to be alive on this planet? And what else is truly possible for me today? Yeah. Universe, show me something different. So show me something greater. What can I receive today that I wasn't willing to receive yesterday? Like that energy. And then for me, you don't have relationships anymore. You have what we've referred to as creationships, which are so malleable, and they keep expanding and growing, and they come together, they come apart, whether that's geographical or not, or there's no meaning or significance in, oh my God, how many times have we had sex this week or not had sex this week, or did they call me, or you've got a kid and they've just gone off, and it's like, man, they need to fly. They might not want to call you, or they might text you every day. None of it means anything. Everything is just a choice. And if we lived our lives from just a choice, what else is possible? What contribution could we be for each other?
Totally. Can you talk a little bit, because I love the specialties, the specialty relationship done different. Can you just talk a little bit about that? So it's the specialty of relationship done different is a a specialty of classes within Access Consciousness that you teach, Simone. And there's just so much power in that specialty.
Well, I mean, if you look out there in social media and across the world, how many people are trying to create the right relationship? Like, and it's the most important thing to them, their relationships. Well, for me, what if the most important thing is the relationship that you have with you? The relationship that you have with you and your body. And relationship done different is, like you said, it's a specialty class. So we do classes. The biggest one, like the main one, is relationships done different. That's what it's called, right? And there's we call them RDD facilitators, are all over the world. But then you've also got a little bit of an intro class that's called Relationships Beyond Normal. There's also one which I which cracks me up, is something like after being divorced, like, oh, that's right, breaking up is easy-ish. Like, there's going to be some stuff that you deal with, right? But what if you could have a breakup that's going to be easy-ish, you know? And we've got a whole bunch of tools, and hopefully it's a funny class that that you can play with. And then there's a new class that we have that I just facilitated, and you know, you do those classes and you're like, I want to facilitate it again. It was so good.
Yeah.
It's on the five elements of intimacy. And for me, I can't tell you the amount of times I've facilitated relationships done different. And you get people who come in, usually women, who are like, okay, can you make my partner do this? Or what do I do to blah, 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 you know? And it's about how can I change the relationship to work for me so that I can control it or get it right, or, you know, blah, blah. It's usually about like a limitation. And then by the end of this is, you know, I'm telling you what is on the last page of a book now. By the end of the class, it is one of the most beautiful classes to facilitate when you see so many people who finally get, oh, wow, if I can have a relationship with me, there's something different. And the 5 elements of intimacy that we have is, and if you just look at this, even just, you know, even put your hands on your body somewhere now while I'm talking, and what would it take for you to have and be the 5 elements of intimacy with you, the being, and you, your body, right? Which is trusting you, honoring you, being in allowance of you, having gratitude for you, your body, and being vulnerable. And vulnerable is not a weakness. So many people in this reality have defined it as a weakness. No, it's such a power and a potency to have all of that with you. And if you wake up with those 5 elements of intimacy with you, I'm going to actually call this then, and only then can you have that with somebody else.
Right.
And I think we grow up our whole life looking at, how can I have this with somebody else? Can somebody else show up so that they have gratitude for me, because then I'll be acknowledged? Start with you. Start acknowledging you. You start having those 5 elements of intimacy, and you'll be so surprised of what shows up from that.
Truly. I just noticed that, like, I don't know, I just always had a need for validation. I wanted to be seen. I wanted to be, you know, people to give me compliments, acknowledge me. And, you know, after I started really working with those 5 elements of intimacy and making the demand that I was going to be that for myself and not need that from anybody else, it's just, God, it's a great way to walk through life, to have yourself and not need anything from anybody else. And then everything that you do get is a gift and never a necessity.
Well, then you start receiving. And, you know, we all think we want a bigger life, and a bigger life is from, you know, whether it's more money or a bigger business, or, you know, how many people you have in your life, or the best relationship, or, you know, all of that. What if a bigger life is you simply receiving? And being needless, you receive from everything and everyone. I'm asking for more of that every single day.
Wow. I love that. Whew. Wow. So what would you like to see as the future of relationships on planet Earth?
Choice, 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 choice. No matter what you choose, you're not wrong. Choose because it's fun for you and it's joyful for you, and joyful for your body as well. Like, I mean, and you look at relationships as one thing, and then you look at sex as another, because so many people go relationships and sex and they're together. Well, they're actually not. You create relationships, and then you can have sex and copulation with whoever you desire. So it doesn't have to go in the same box. Like, and there's so many things that people have been creating now with situationships, or, you know, I mean, it started, I think, with the terminology of friends with benefits. And so you can have sex with the same person that you are choosing to be in a relationship with, but ask yourself the question, is it actually working for you? Like, what works for you? And one of the things I did, Julia, was I started writing down what I desired with the pretense to myself that I don't have to show anyone this list. So no matter how weird, kinky, different, anything I get,
like that.
nobody has to look at this list, okay? Because I didn't want to write a list that if someone found it, I was like, it was just like, no, this is my list, And it's interesting, the judgments that you think people will have, and getting to the place of like, who cares? Like, why do I care? But the one thing that I really gave me a lot of freedom is I don't actually, in this 10 seconds, I'm not so sure I would ever live with somebody again.
Mhm.
And relationship wise, if I did, it would have to be a really big house. And I love the whole Downton Abbey thing of you have your
Love
own
it.
bedroom, you have
I
your
love
own
it.
bathroom, your own
Love
sitting
it.
room. Yeah, they have that as well. You can have an interconnecting door. You can sleep
Love
in
it.
the same bed every night if you choose.
Yep.
But when you go off to powder your nose, you're in your own bathroom. Nobody else is walking in there. Like I have in my bathroom now, which I think this is hilarious. I did a video in there one day, and it's got 2 sinks, right? The his and her sinks. And since I broke up with my ex, it's like I live in this 2-story house now that is big. Like I remember Chris coming here going, this is a really big house for one person. And I was like, yep. And I like it that way, But in one of my sinks in my bathroom, I have all my makeup in there because it's just really handy. It's right near the mirror. And a friend of mine went, oh, you can't do that because if you have all your makeup in there, it's not inviting anybody in, like, feng shui, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I'm not asking anyone to come and share my bathroom.
Right.
I'm cool with that,
You're like, what's the feng shui for the opposite of that? Like,
Yeah, exactly. This is my bathroom. I'm not sure where you're coming from, but this is my bathroom, And the funny thing is, it's like, I do have I have someone in my life who I play with, my lover, but I have another bathroom. He comes over and he literally uses the other bathroom. That's good. Tick that box, It's like, so you got to create your reality, create what works for you.
Yeah. For real. Well, thank you so much for coming on today.
You're so welcome, Julia.
Fun. I love getting to talk to you, and I love the tools of relationships done different. It's like at first it's like, do I really want to give up the fantasy relationship, the fantasy idea that my prince one day will come? And not in that way, or maybe in that way, but it's like, you if you're willing to have something different, there's just such a wonderful way of walking through the world and being with yourself and everybody else.
And you've got to give up control, and you've got to give up trying to be right. Like everything that you've decided that you wanted, destroy and uncreate all of that. And then every day wake up and go, okay, so what is actually available for me today? And can I say, I don't know what books you've mentioned, but we have this as a relationship book, right? But we also have divorceless relationships.
Oh.
And then we also, and sex is not a 4-letter word, but relationship oftentimes is.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have that topic of relationship up in your world, get the books. Like, read the books, go to a class. Like, it's you have the choice to create more freedom in your world. That's your choice.
Yeah. Amazing. Well, thank you so much. And
you're welcome.
Have an awesome Australian day.
I will. Can I tell you, the future is bright.
It is. Yeah. Great. Simone gives Gaia and myself, like the weather, what's going to happen today, a day ahead, because she's already lived it. So it's great.
Well, I'm going to say this week's been a little tough on me. I've had some stuff going on where I'm like, my whole world has been twisted. Today, it's the 24th here. It's Wednesday, and it's a good day today, okay? It's a much better day today. So if you've got some shit going on in your world, don't worry about it. It gets better.
Awesome. And that's the forecast and some relationship news from Simone.
Thank you so much for being you, Julia.
Thanks, Simone. Thank you for being here. Awesome. Right. Bye-bye. All right, guys. All right. Wonderful. How does it get better than that? The future report by Simone, Anne is saying. Exactly. So before we have our final, our 10th slot and our final guests on for today, I just want to thank everybody who did all of the hard work behind the scenes to make this possible. I want to thank the amazing Laura Simmons, who is the rock. She's my rock. And she basically ran all of the tech for this event, knows how to handle everything, record everything, do everything. So thank you, Laura. And I want to thank Betsy McLaughlin. She handled all of the translation, and this has been translated into 15-ish, 17 languages, many languages. So thank you, Betsy, for being the kitten herder. And also to all of the translators for being up at all hours of the night and translating this. So thank you guys so much for making this available. All right, without any further ado, I have our next guest, Steve and Chutisa Bowman. Welcome, Bowmans. Thanks for being here. How are you guys?
We're coming to you from sunny Auckland in New Zealand early in the morning.
So you know what it's like tomorrow as well.
Yes.
2 hours ahead of Australia. So, you know,
You
we're
were
even
like-
more ahead.
We'll take any advantage we can.
How are you, Julia? You have been amazing. I've been listening to you.
Oh, you
Keep it
have?
up. You-
Oh, thank you
Oh,
so
Molly.
much. It's so nice. I was so glad. It just pinged me. I was like, Steve and Chutisa have to be on book day. And I'm so glad that you guys could make it because you know, I love the way that you guys write and look at things. And this is our 3rd annual book day. And I'm just so glad that you guys are here for it. So thanks for being here.
Our pleasure, Julia. It was you that asked, of course we said yes.
Thank you. So, and it's also good to see you guys. I haven't seen you guys in a while, so it's really nice. So, you have written, today we're going to talk about 2 of your books, Prosperity Consciousness, and it says, the subtitle is Leading Yourself to Money with Conscious Awareness. So that's the first book we're going to talk about. And the second book we're going to talk about is Conscious Leadership, the Key to Unlocking Success. So how did you guys get involved in the leadership realm? Go ahead.
The whole area of leadership, people misidentify a lot of what it's about. It's, you know, they look at the externalities of here's what everyone is telling me I need to do to be a good leader. And what we chose to do, because that's the space that we work in. We work with boards and CEOs and senior executive teams, executive leadership teams around the world. And one of the things that is very seldom talked about is what can I be and do different to create a greater change in the world. Yeah. And for some people, they need to hear the word leadership before they'll even pick it up. For other people, they see the word leadership and they run away.
Yep.
So what we did there, and Chutisa is the instigator of all of this, was to distill into that some of the things you just don't find written anywhere else in the leadership sphere, particularly aimed at those who want to be not only a leader in an organization, but a leader in their own life. What does that look like? And what are some of the questions that you can ask and be and do? And unpick this using this reality's language. So in that leadership book, for example, we talk a little bit about risk. Now, most people wouldn't want to talk about risk, but so what if we actually unpicked all of the definitions that we had about what these things meant so that we could actually create something greater?
It is very interesting that you showed that book, Conscious Leadership. How that book came about was that actually it came about in Auckland, New Zealand, when he was in the class with Gary Douglas. He came 18 years ago. And during that time, I was working as a senior executive in corporate world in Australia. And I said to Gary, you know, what can I do to introduce this to executive level who's not functioning consciously? I mean, all the leaders I was working with, they're very anti-conscious. Most of them are unconscious. So we started talking about, would that be a good idea to introduce conscious leadership? And we thought, would anyone care or no? But we thought, no, you know what? We're just going to call it conscious leadership. Because when we introduced that term, not too many people wrote about conscious leadership 18 years ago. But now when you Google the word conscious leadership, you have millions of books written about it. And so that's how it came about. So now we're in Auckland, New Zealand again. So
It all came full circle.
exactly.
Huh. I remember the first time that I read Prosperity Consciousness. I just fell in love with it because of all of the different, like, there's little sections in here called practical processes, and there's tools and there's questions that you give us to ask. And I started using them, and I was so lucky. I think I started reading your guys' books when I was 20, and it gave me from a young age I set out in looking at leadership in a different way and approaching business in a different way. But it's like you guys talk in these books about making life a celebration. Who talks about that in the leadership realm? You talk about, not having any judgment and asking questions. It's like that just doesn't happen anywhere else but this, especially at that time. But it's like, where did you took these access tools and applied them, but like, what was that like for you going in and applying these tools in this super different way with CEOs? I imagine you had to be very subtle and very just willing to sort of just tweak a little something to open the door. Like, what was that like?
The first way I would respond to that is to say we actually chose to be those tools first before we taught them.
Beautiful.
That was the first thing. And yeah, we're getting there. Not quite there, but we're getting there. But the other thing is, for example, yesterday, I ran 2 workshops yesterday here in Auckland, and they were made up of some of the CEOs of the top organizations and the chairs here in New Zealand. What did we talk about there? Well, we had a day on advanced strategy, risk and governance. That's what I called it. But we talked about choice. What's the difference between a choice and a decision? And we talked about not having fixed points of view about things and then creating innovation from looking at what could be, what might be, and without having a point of view about whether it's right or wrong. Wow. We talked a long time about the notion of risk and what that looks like when you start to see opportunity and possibility in everything. So these things just permeate the way that we see the world, and putting that and using that with the language that people are willing to see, you could see the CEOs and the chairs of the boards just sitting back and literally going, oh, I'd never thought of it that way. And that's one of the gifts of these books, is it enables people to look at things from just a different way. I'd never thought of looking at that way. Now you can.
And the concept of choice versus decision is so well received in the business world because no one ever explained to them the differences between choice and decision. And most people in the business world think that once they make decision, they have to keep that going if they want to be, the word authentic, or the word.
Once we've made a decision, it's the decision.
Yeah,
not to be questioned or changed because it's
yes.
So by introduce the word choice to them, they actually say, oh, okay, so it's not a bad thing that we don't have to stick to our decision forever and ever and ever. How many businesses that we hear about that collapse and fail because they kept a fixed point of view about the decision they made? Therefore, they cannot change the decision. But by introduce that, you can make a choice. And if the choice doesn't work, you have to make different choice,
In
choice.
this reality, they call that innovation. They call it being nimble. They call it, whatever you want to call it. But all these things that organisations aspire to. But what often it just comes down to, don't analyse it. Don't overanalyze it. Just choose. And if it doesn't work, choose again. If that doesn't work, choose again. And this is what most people go, really? and then in all of that, all you're doing is you're overlaying almost a meta idea, an idea that is above other ideas, which is everything is but a choice. And then when you start talking about, but we need the evidence, I say, sure, but don't wait for the evidence. Have a look to see what the evidence is and keep choosing, knowing full well that there is no such thing as right or wrong. The key question, and this is straight out Access, this one, the key question is this working? Does it work for us? And therefore, any reporting that you're doing to the board should be focusing on, is this working? Does it work for us? Not, look how busy I am.
Which is a very, very big thing in the corporate world. Look how busy I am.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That must be very fun to introduce. What's that?
I said, look at the smile on our faces, because it is huge fun, because it enables us to travel the world, allowing people to change
the world one CEO at a time. That's what a one board at a time.
Mm.
Yeah. I mean, I just love that feeling, that energy that comes up when somebody takes in a new idea or a new possibility that they had never considered before.
It's a hoot.
It is a hoot. And I mean, you get to do this in totally different ways all the time. And it's not just you two that have the opportunity to do that. We can all do this in our lives, with our families, with our spouses, with our friends, with the people that we work with. Just asking a question introduces people to a different possibility, and they go, huh, I didn't think about it that way. And that's what changes the world. Yeah. Oh, that's so brilliant.
When we did the book about conscious leadership, we also introduced the notion that you can choose to be conscious, you can choose to be unconscious, and you can choose to be anti-conscious. It's just a choice. And they said the choice. Do I have choice to choose to be any of those? And people never actually contemplate or think about that. It's just like, but in this moment, I can choose to change from being unconscious to conscious now. It's just a choice you have to make in that moment. And they thought, wow, never thought about it that way. So
the other thing that people go wow over is that you can be all three in the one day. You just don't judge it.
And it's not wrong.
It's not wrong. It just is.
It's not wrong to be unconscious.
But recognizing and then knowing that you can make change, not to be better, just to change.
Yes.
If being anti-conscious works for you, then be anti-conscious. Have a nice life. Go for it. But when we start looking at that from the corporate side of things, then we often talk about anti-conscious as someone who is not willing to see that there is anything other than the rightness of their point of view, that they are going to hit you around the head, which in these days is called bullying and harassment, until you agree with them or you change your behaviour to fit in with what they want, and that they are so determined they're right and everyone else is wrong that the only evidence they're interested in is to prove what other people are wrong and how right they are. And anti-conscious leadership. Now, and there's a lot of people out there like that because that's who they choose to be, not because they're leaders, but that's who they choose to be. And then they take that into a leadership position where they're working with other people. Now, all those things are change, that it can change, but one of the key messages we get across is you cannot change other people. Only you can change. So if you change and you look to, you be that grandfather clock that is the energy and the harmonic coherence that other people start to change just by being around you without you trying to change them.
Yeah. Oh, God. It's just hitting me how much fun you guys must have inviting people to these concepts. I mean, it's just, I mean, I have this much fun when I do it in the classes that I facilitate. And I love thinking about you doing this in this very specific setting of working with boards and working with CEOs. It's so fun. So Karen is asking, how do you work with someone who chooses anti-consciousness?
Well, you're aware that they're choosing anti-consciousness, and you ask them if you can ask some questions. If they don't want to change, why would you work with them?
Awesome.
And if they do change, I mean, we've got a couple of CEOs who are quite anti-conscious. Okay, so I spend my time talking to their boards rather than them.
Right. How do I get around them?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when we work with the board, I mean, we have a smaller board in Australia, New Zealand than in US. US has enormous board.
20, 40, 60
Yeah.
people.
So can you imagine, can you imagine how many number of anti-conscious, unconscious, and, mixture in that? In Australia, we have near half the size. So, but we still have a combination of, mixture of unconscious, anti-conscious, and conscious board member.
Wow.
So when we get called in to work with the board, to allow them to see why are they there? Why are they sitting on the board? Why are they making the choice to be part of that board? And some people will have different agenda of why they are there. But our choice to be there is to invite them to see that if you're going to be here anyway for the next 2 or 3 years as a board member, what would it be like if you become a contribution? What would it be like that just instead of just sitting here because you think it's a status symbol to be, a director of the board or something like that? What if you could be a contribution to create something totally different by being here instead of just, because I get paid to be here or something? So to be able to invite them to see that there are different ways that they can be on the board is huge. But I think one thing we have learned too is we can invite people, but we can't expect them to receive that fully either. It can take quite a long time for them to actually get what it means to change the way they function. But if we can get people who totally receive it, of what it means to be a conscious leader, and to totally comprehend what it can be like, they can be a catalyst for that. And in our book, Conscious Leadership, we talk about the grandfather clock.
Yep,
remember that chapter? So we actually introduced that to the one who functioned from conscious, as a conscious leadership, that they can become a grandfather clock and be the energy space and consciousness that can entrain the rest of the people to be in that space without trying to force them to be in that space. So when we go into work with the board, like we do governance training, we do strategic planning, we do all of those things, we ourselves made the choice to be the grandfather clock. Instead of trying to force them to receive our message, is to be the grandfather clock, to change energy, create a new space, and allow the consciousness to be there. So do you want Steve to talk a bit about what it means to be a grandfather clock?
Yes, I do. I do want Steve to talk about what that is.
You see how I passed the baton over to Steve. We can talk about it.
I love you.
As a conscious leader, I am.
I love you.
I just got delegated.
Chutisa always makes me laugh. You always make me laugh.
The energy that you be is what other people pick up on without having to put words to it. So that's why you can walk into a room And within about 4 or 5 minutes, you know everyone in the room. You haven't talked to them, but you know them. You can pick out the crusty old fart. You can pick out the person who's anti-conscious. You just know who they are. You know who the ones are that are being the grandfather clock themselves in terms of their energy of being calm, cool, collected, all those sorts of things. But also, they know themselves. So you know that within a couple of minutes of walking into any room, if you're willing to be that yourself. So what happens is that people pick up on the energy of everyone else in the room. So if there's a lot of frantic energy from people in there, from the anti-conscious, and this happens a lot, one anti-conscious person in a room can totally change the culture and the harmonics of that room.
Talk about the entrainment, the research that conducted.
And as part of that, then we also know that energy that the people are being entrains other energies as well. So when they first came up with this idea of harmonic coherence, where the harmonics of energy interact with each other and create a different set of harmonics, the first evidence of this was
Dutch scientist
Hans Huygens, the Dutch scientist, who recognized that if he filled up a couple of rooms with grandfather clocks, over the space of a few days, they would all synchronize their pendulums to the largest grandfather clock. So within a few days, no matter what their frequency and what their harmonics were, they would all synchronize themselves with the larger grandfather clock. And so therefore all their pendulums would start to swing
the same as the largest.
And so when they started to look at what that actually meant, that was the start of mathematics theory. That was the start of music theory. So the notion of harmonics comes about from understanding that energies interact with energies, and they can have a huge influence just by their energy, just by who and what they are. Now, this then led on to quantum physics. So now we have... Oh, absolutely. So now we have this notion of harmonic coherence, where things are coherently aligning themselves with an energy. Then we're starting to find this has led into quantum mechanics, quantum theory, and it just is changing the world because it is.
See, when you hear Gary and Dain talk about the energy that you are choosing to be can change environment and everyone around you. Well, it's the harmonic coherence and entrainment.
That's what it is.
So who are you choosing to be, basically? And if you're really the grandfather clock, when you are so potent and powerful energy, you will entrain everyone to be that. So when you think, okay, so truly, can I really change people and things around me? Well, think of a grandfather clock that has been tested over and over and over time. Would you willing to be the grandfather clock that can change everything around you? And
just by being you, just by having your own pendulum. Dain Heer summarized it beautifully. Be you, change the world.
Exactly.
That's exactly that's summarized in that title of his book.
You know what makes me so excited about the grandfather clock theory is how quickly, or that's true, about the grandfather clock. What is it called?
Observation.
Observation. About the grandfather clock observation is that there is great hope for us changing the world to become a better place. Because if we have the few strong grandfather clocks that that those of you listening to this broadcast are, we will be able to change the world.
Change the world one person at a time. Change the world one board at a time. Change the world one child at a time. Change you.
Right.
But the key thing is it's not about...
It is so true, though.
It is very true.
If you don't believe it's true, go and Google the research of the grandfather clock research and read it, and then you will realize that you could actually be that. I was sort of experimenting or practicing. I have a grandson who's about 16 months old. He was screaming and
Congratulations.
and didn't want to go to anyone. So I just sat there, focused on energy, space, and consciousness, that I could be, pulling the energy and things. He wouldn't go to anyone. And I would just sat there on the couch and ask the question, what generative energy, space, consciousness can I be, blah, blah, blah. Within 2 minutes.
About 2 minutes, yeah.
He walked over with his book and sat next to me.
Crawled up on the couch, got in her lap, put his head on her breast, started looking at the book, and then he went back to being a nuisance. Period of time where he was totally in harmonic coherence with what Chutisa chose to be. And everyone can do that.
You could see him. I said to Steve, it was just palpable to play with kids like that, because you could hear him was in the full expression of and then he suddenly stopped and thought, what is that energy? What's pulling me? What is, and then he stopped and then he just walked over. It's so amazing, and I'm just blown me away that it's truly just like that.
Wow. That is so
try it
beautiful.
next time with some kids, Julia.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
And the practical side of all of this is that you literally can walk into a room. If any of you are in consulting business or you run business of any sort, you walk into a room. If you are that grandfather clock, people know there's something different about you.
They do.
And then all of a sudden, rather than people coming at you or people trying to destroy or manipulate or what, all of a sudden they're starting to be entrained because you are being that yourself.
Wow. It's like, it's just.
Welcome to conscious leadership.
Oh, I love it. I love it. And it's just, you become this, you gift this, you receive this. There's just, it's just such a wonderful way of living in the world and being in the world. And I love these books. These books are like, this one was not an easy read, if I'm being honest.
People have said that they have found it to be one of the most difficult books to read.
Yeah.
And no, I was going to say, no, I won't say it, but it's the point of view that people take about things really more than anything else. So once you get over the point of view that it's difficult, then you start to pick, so what does this mean for me? What are the insights that I get from it?
Yeah, it was not an easy read, and still it just once I did get past that, the impact that it had on my life was profound. So definitely, folks, I challenge you to conscious leadership. And to grandfather clock.
That book was the bestseller with the Institute of Company Directors for about 2 years.
Was it really?
Yeah, way back, and they had no idea that it was anything other than just a very different way of looking at leadership.
Because we didn't put any stories or anything into it, just succinctly go directly to the possibilities and those leaders who are having issue or problem with their style of leadership tend to pick it up and say, now I know what it means, without having to read the story about somebody did this. You know how the style of book, that easy read, is a lot of stories, a lot of anecdotes, a lot of things. This one has none.
We strip this one bare.
None.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's so great. Oh, well, thank you so much for being on. It was fun to see you both.
Thank you for inviting us.
Yeah.
Very honored to hear from you and to get the invitation.
Thank you.
Awesome.
One of the things I would just like to mention, you showed the other book there, Prosperity Consciousness. This book has a life of its own. It's just the number of people that are using it, that have set up book clubs around it. Because what it does is it starts to talk about how you can change the way you see the world that can actually open up huge possibilities. Now, if you need to call it money, then call it money. If you need to call it possibility, then call it possibility. But the precepts and the content within that book is literally forms the foundation of how we teach governance, strategy, risk, strategic planning, compliance, a whole range of things. But it all comes from a sense of prosperity awareness, a sense that there is infinite possibilities out there. And if you want to call it innovation, or if you want to call it leadership, or if you want to call it risk management, I don't care what you call it, but you come from that space that there are infinite possibilities out there. Let's get to work.
Well,
and
even yesterday, when you invite the two board members to look whether they function from prosperity or scarcity, when they kept on saying it's so hard to get the grant from the government, too hard to get new member, too hard, and Steve asked them to start looking at, is that from scarcity or from prosperity? And that was so cool. They're just still talking about
and
it.
they got it, and then they debriefed afterwards to see how they could change their board.
Anyway, we better stop.
Yes.
Poor Julie has been on for the past
it's been fun. I want to keep going. I could go for another hour with you two. It's been 5 hours. This is the 5th hour of our 5-hour broadcast.
Well done.
Thank
You're
you.
amazing. And I was watching when you were interviewing then. I thought, oh my goodness, you must be so thirsty talking nonstop. That's a projection, I suppose. I know you internet being. You don't feel thirsty.
The only thing with the 5 hours was during Simone's broadcast. I said, I texted her. I said, Simone, I might have to go to the loo while your talk is on. So
Keep the stage, Simone. I'll be back.
Exactly. But other than that, no issues. Well, thank you both. Thank you for being here. And how does it get better? And I hope to see you in the world sometime soon.
Hope so too.
Thank you, Julia.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys. Wow. What a day it has been. What a phenomenal 5 hours we have had. Oh my goodness. I'm just like filled with possibilities and joy and just the essence of what is in all of these books and books and books. I've got piles of books everywhere, books for days. And it's like, these are all the Access Consciousness books. And, one of the things that I like to say about the Access Consciousness books is there are things in each of these books that are specific and special to that book. So if you don't read that book, you're not going to get that very special tool. Maybe you've taken 1,000 Access classes, but there are going to be certain things, certain gems and treasures that are only found in these books. And I've read every book that Gary has ever written. I've read every book that Dain's ever written, and all of the Access Consciousness authors. I've read most of those, and I some of them I'm like, wow, I've been using these tools for so long, but I've never heard that story anywhere else. I've never gotten that tool in that specific way, the way that I just got it from that book. So I invite you all to the books. I invite you to this amazing world. And I know that it is so easy in our day and age not to read. And it is much easier to scroll Instagram or Facebook or TikTok or find something else to do. But this is how we truly educate ourselves and give ourselves the conscious university and the conscious education that we've been looking for our whole lives, and this is one major place that it lies. And these are such a gift, such amazing books. So be the bookworm of consciousness that you truly be. And the sale on Access Publishing, it's acpublishing.com, and using the coupon code BOOKDAY, that'll be available for just a very short time, maybe 15, 20 minutes after the live broadcast. So we invite you to that. or the 10 books at 50% off from Access Publishing. But I am just humbled and honored and overwhelmed with how amazing today was, and with everything that we learned and gifted and received. And I can just perceive all of your energy and the gift that you are. So thank you so much. Oh, my wonderful partner in crime, Laura, has put a banner. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Laura, and thank you everybody for just listening and being here and being the great gift to consciousness that you are, because we really, really require you and your energy and your gift to create the world where we all get to be ourselves, we all get to be happy, and we all get to create a different world that works for each and every one of us. So you can get these books on Amazon, Audible, Access site, anywhere. Just whatever works for you. Ask, what book is going to be the greatest contribution to me? What is actually, where can I find what I'm looking for, the tools that I need to create the life that I personally want to have, So thank you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all of your comments today, your presence, and how does it get better than this? And what else is possible? And I can't wait to see you on book day next year. So how does it get better? Bye-bye, everybody.